This is a special agenda meeting to finish our agenda from our prior meeting. It is May 19th, 6:30. And Roseanne, would you like to do a roll, please?
Yes. Mayor Halpin,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tudor,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
I'm here.
Commissioner Ross,
Here.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Samari, everybody remain seated and you will do the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I believe you have a Memorial Day proclamation, Commissioner Samari?
Yes, ma'am. Proclamation Memorial Day, whereas on Monday, May 25th, 2020, in cities and towns throughout our nation, Americans joined together to honor our fallen heroes of the armed forces. And whereas in May 1868, Major John Logan called for a nationwide day of remembrance to pray and tribute to those who have given their lives serving our country. And whereas over 1.6 million veterans of the United States Armed Forces currently reside in Florida, and whereas our men and women in uniform have sacrificed their lives to maintain the security of our great nation and the liberties we hold so dear. And whereas members of the armed forces continue to work towards peace and prosperity in the world, and whereas we must pledge to never forget the men and women of the armed forces who gave the ultimate sacrifice in defending our freedoms. We should express our gratitude to the families of the fallen warriors. We must keep faith with all those who have died for our country in a fight for permanent peace. We must honor our unwavering community to all members of the armed forces. Therefore, be it resolved that the Village of Biscayne Park formally proclaimed Monday, May 25th, 2020 as the Memorial Day in recognition of all those who have made that ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation, and asks the residents of Village of Biscayne Park to pause for a moment of silence today, Tuesday, May 19, 2020, dated this 19th day of 2020, the Village of Biscayne Park. Mayor Halpin, Vice Mayor William Tudor, Commissioner Matt Kennedy, Commissioner Roxy Ross, and Commissioner Dan Samari. Can we have a moment of silence, please?
Okay, we're now opening for public comments.
No, we have my presentation.
Commissioner Samaria has a presentation regarding the first
First,
responders.
thank you for the first responders.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
This
that.
is the first responders. Thank you that we were supposed to do at the last commission meeting. I need to bring it up at this commission meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. Our country is going through a difficult time. Our village has always been a close-knit community, but now more than ever, residents are feeling isolated as a result of stay-at-home suggestions. That's because of unemployment, financial woes, and the fear of contracting the coronavirus, not to mention thousands of people who have died. Many of us want to show our appreciation for the first responders, police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, workers on the front line. My company, Creepy Critters, has purchased lawn signs and bumper stickers that read, "Thank you, first responders, medical providers, and all essential workers." I would like our residents to get these lawn signs and bumper stickers to show their appreciation. For the donation we have received, 100% of the donation will be donated, pass it on Ministry Food Bank. I think this would be a great way for everyone to show their support to our first responders and help families in need. It would show our community spirit and maybe make residents feel more connected. I think for some reason I'm not, okay, no. The money collected will go to Biscayne Park Foundation who will write a check from the donation to Pass It On Ministries Food Bank. You can contact me at 786-553-8028, and I will bring your own sign or bumper stickers to you. Okay. This is what I don't know, for some reason, I'm not showing up on my screen. I don't know.
No, they're fixing it, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
But we can continue.
Yeah, they don't want to put the Pass It On video and chat. Anyway, most of the people that I want next.
Pass it on, may I help you?
I have no idea what's going on. I guess everybody is getting the same thing I am.
Yeah, this is a video. But this
Roseanne's
wasn't
playing a
supposed to
video.
go on yet, but that's okay. This is a video about Pass It On Ministries. I'll talk about some of the things after we finish up with Pass It On Ministries. It's supposed to be
Pass It
after.
On is meeting the physical needs of people as well as the emotional needs of people.
Well, I have two trips. That's Orion, and we were in October of '99. We really had nothing, didn't have enough money to pay our lights and whatnot, but we had run out of food, and I knew that I needed to go and get help.
The goal for Pass It On is to be flexible enough and aware in order to meet the changing needs in the community, to be able to do the best it can with the resources they have.
I called Pass It On, and they had me come down. I came down on a lunch break, and within like an hour, they had given me like 2 bags and a box of food, and it really, really blessed me. It was such a blessing, and you know, it was very little trouble. Like most people you go to, they give you a lot of, you know, you gotta go through a lot of paperwork, and they take you through the meal just to get, you know, like, you know, a bag of food, and they just were really nice, and you know, they even talked to me, and they were encouraging me in the Lord, and it was a big help. So when I came, I promised Dee was on the interview, and I promised her that I would come back.
Doris K. Dalrymple, Dee as she is lovingly referred to, her desire as the president of Pass It On is for those who want to help to be considerate of the ones they can help and realize themselves as a resource for those in need.
People have to feel comfortable that they can share with you. And you have to make them feel comfortable by sharing with them. Is that what you do? I hope I can do it. I try to do it.
You can be the eyes. We have some people they talk. You can write for them. You can go shopping for them.
If they can help you, they will. People and organizations can generate support for Pass It On so they can have the money to operate and continue supplying the food and services to those in need.
Everybody's coming here for food. They're going to say yes. Oh, yeah, I'll volunteer.
Pass It On's mission is to teach those who need to eat the ways in which they can feed themselves. Pass It On works because they have not digressed from their mission. The only way that you can know why Pass It On has succeeded is to become part of the network support structure. You will also see how they are making a difference and contributing to the welfare of the community. You can volunteer your time and resources.
I think we have a staff that's fully committed. Fully committed. And that's something that we feed a lot of people. We help a lot of people for years.
Pass It On needs volunteers to drive, to sit at the front desk, people who can bag rice and stock the shelves. The volunteers get the greatest paycheck in the world. It's the feeling you get when you know you've helped someone else, fed them, and met their needs. Pass It On gives people advice and referrals as to ways they can solve a problem and then go at it for themselves. No one leaves Pass It On without a way to get help. Pass It On is the only pantry in Dade County completely staffed by volunteers. If you cannot be there physically for Pass It On, you can put your hand in the hands that help those who are so much in need.
You can help yourself. or we're going to teach you how to help yourself.
As you work with a person, you find out and you listen really carefully why they're here and what they really need. And a lot of people are really open to a lot more help than just food.
When I get somebody that walks out the door, or comes into this door in a bad mood, walks out the door and says, "Thank you." That's the greatest gift that I can ever get.
Pass It On will be able to continue helping people get their needs met if they have your support and the support of the community. Your contributions are tax deductible and there is no middleman. Your support goes directly to food and social services. Pass It On is an organization which cares about people, that depends on the support of people to help them help others.
Okay, what I'd like to do now is just give a little bit of history of Pass It On. The humble beginning of Pass It On began with Julie Mama Taylor in Southern California after her infant daughter died and people.
He hung up. He had to get an important phone call.
Can I finish? Okay.
Finish, Dan.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, when asked when she could repay all of this, these people said not to try, just to pass it on, to do this and get food to help others. Mama Taylor became connected with the California farmers to get leftovers from their fields, and Pass It On was born. As time went on, Mama Taylor left California and connected with Good Shepherd Lutheran Church in northern Miami, which had a feeding program and wanted to expand. And thus came Pass It On Ministries of South Florida. They were incorporated in 1985 and was introduced to the community. Not long after this, Pass It On relocated its current location at 14617 Northwest 7th Avenue, Miami, Florida, and has been active in feeding families and many homeless folks 5 days a week. Available also is generally used clothing and shoes, which meets the needs of many hungry families. Every child receives a toy or a book. Some of the children come in shoeless and walk out wearing some. Pass It On began its location by renting one bay. Through subscription bookkeeping, this bay was produced, and Bay 2 was purchased, and finally, Bay 3 was produced. Pass It On has no mortgage, no debt other than electricity, waste disposal, telephone, internet, and other office expenditures. Pass It On is non-demonstrable. Who come to our door, we help in one way or another. Food is always the first priority, and clothing is next if needed. They offer a listing of other churches and agencies supplying food during the week. Pass It On is an emergency food bank. They have 5 boxes of food if a family had a valid emergency. By calling 211 and letting the representative know food is needed, Pass It On gives a referral. Pass It On also has a backdoor operation, whereby 6 days a week, a van or truck drives into a dedicated Publix and picks up breads and pastries, which was given to local churches and agencies in the area. Many times, Publix gives them other items which are closed out, which were handed out as well. They believe we help feed few 100 people through our backdoor operation weekly. We get the food to our location, and church-going group and other agencies send people to pick up the food. Pass It On has always operated as a volunteer basis. Not a penny is paid for salaries, retirement plans, or perks. Our thanks comes from seeing many big smiling faces on which was discouraged and disheartened faces passing throughout their doors. Pass It On takes on no government funding. Every penny received is from local churches and people giving out their hearts to help feed their neighbors. You never know when you could lose your job or business come to a point where there is no money left over to feed your family. This is their mission, and we have been doing this for over 35 years. We do thank God for his divine leadership and grace touched the hearts of many people who give financially as well as personally volunteering to keep the doors open. You can visit their website at passitonministries.net. Their address again is 14617 Northwest 7th Avenue. And their telephone number is 305-681-1594. And it's their email is passit@yahoo.com. I want to give an update on what we have raised. This was originally supposed to be brought up at the last commission meeting, but we didn't get the opportunity to do it. The first 5 days that I've done this on Nextdoor, we collected a total of $1,033. This is going to be given to the, this week is going to be given to the foundation, where if we have a commission meeting in June, where it's in person, we're going to make a presentation to the Pass It On Ministries of a check from the foundation for that amount. If there is any residents in Biscayne Park that need food, they will be given a referral by, so they will be able to get food too. So this is going to help residents in Biscayne Park, especially if they're senior citizens. Hopefully this is going to be kept on into July. The last couple of days, last 3 or 4 days, we had no responses. Maybe people think that this was going to end after the honoring the police officer week, but it's not. This is going to be kept on to July. So let's please keep this going, and let's see if we can raise a lot more money. Again, Madam Mayor and the Commission, I'd like to thank thank the residents and everybody else that has contributed to this. This is a good organization where all the money, and I am going to be turning over to the foundation every single person's name, not with their address, but every single person's name of what they have turned in. That's to count for every single penny that we have raised. So again, we have raised so far as of Sunday, $1,033. Hopefully, I would like to raise a lot more. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Samari. We'll now have public comments. Please make sure that
May I ask a question real quickly?
I also have a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
Ginny, I'm a little concerned that this meeting is going to go long and we may not get to everything. And there's an item of new business that I'm particularly concerned we address tonight. It's the CITT topic. There's a deadline of next Friday for us to turn everything in, or we're going to be backed into a corner. So I want to make sure that that gets covered tonight. Can we lift that up to the first item of new business, please?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Yes, we can. So we're moving 9E up to, I guess,
9A.
9E we're moving up to before 9A. Okay, before 9A.
And 9A is going to be 9B and subsequent.
And so on.
Okay.
Thank you, Ginny.
Okay, now we'll do public comments. Please say your name.
Excuse me, Mayor, one more comment, if I may, with regard to the presentation that was made. First, I want to thank Dan. As I understand it, Dan actually put out the money for all those signs in order to purchase those lawn signs, so I appreciate that. But I also have always been sort of a stickler for rules, and I want to make sure that we are following the rules. And I have no doubt that we can get to where Dan wants to be with this, and with the support of the full commission. But I want to point out and maybe task our attorney to help us cross T's and dot I's, because the foundation, the Biscayne Park Foundation, its goal is to raise money for Biscayne Park. So that's fine with the raising money. But for Biscayne Park to make a charitable contribution according to our charter, and that's section 7.04, charitable contributions, it can only be made with the approval of 4 commissioners. And the way that we've done that in the past is with a resolution. And if we look through past resolutions, you'll see where we have made donations to the North Miami Senior Foundation, and even for a Haitian Relief Fund maybe 10 or 12 years ago. So I just want to make sure that when we do that check from the foundation to pass it on, that we have all the right paperwork done and that resolution is available. I'm happy to draft it if that's what it needs. But I don't want to do something unprecedented that goes against our charter.
Okay.
In response, Madam Mayor, we certainly can do that, and you know, do the paperwork that is needed in order to comply with the charter provision, assuming there's the 4 votes of the commission to move forward as required by the charter. Certainly, staff can work with Commissioner Ross to make sure that the proper resolution is on an upcoming agenda for the commission to take action on and get that check moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
So let's
Haran.
so we have to take a roll call then, right?
No, unless there's any disagreement, what I understand the process has been is that, you know, we understand as staff that there's a desire by the commission to move forward. Certainly at the time that it comes for formal approval, there will need to be the 4 votes reflected in the resolution.
Okay. Okay, we will then proceed to public comments. Please state your name clearly so Roseanne can get it down.
The first one, I think, is the Bob Anderson.
Thank you. That's one of the things I see on the agenda that I am 100%
Can you
for.
state your name and address, please, sir?
Okay, name is Bob Anderson, right on 119th Street in 11th Place. One of the things on the agenda, and I'm all for it, is we need to start looking for a permanent manager and attorney. I hope the interim manager and attorney will send in their resumes, because it's going to take a few months to do this, and I don't think we should be hurrying it, but we need to get started. In the advertisement for the manager's position, they need to include to be fully certified as a professional manager within 1 year of being hired. Also, the applicants will not be reimbursed for their time or travel expenses for the interviews. We ran into these problems before on advertising for a manager. At one time, one of the applicants that didn't get that position sent in a bill to us to go ahead and be reimbursed for their expenses. And we need to have it clear so there won't be any confusion in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Janie.
Thank you. Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. You know, obviously this commission is loaded with a significant amount of unfinished business, and that's totally understandable. I mean, with the way the year started with no meeting, and then it took a while to have virtual meetings. You've had several messes that you've had to clean up from the prior commission. All of that's understandable. What isn't understandable is that 3 of you voted against something that would have fixed the problem, and that is the 2 meetings a month. And you're going to have to do those anyway.
I'm sorry.
And okay, lost the train of thought there, excuse me. Anyway, and the excuses that were given just made it worse. To hear that, well, you're on track to have 11 meetings, that's the bare minimum. And you're not elected simply to have 11 meetings. You're elected to get stuff done. And then we hear about the concerns of staff. Well, you know, at least for the past 2 decades, most workplaces have been evolving. And that evolution usually entails more work for employees. They adjust, they adapt. It's the way of the real world. It was just so disheartening. I felt like, once again, Stagnation, why not, over potential progress? Same with Mac's suggestion that the commission should set goals for the next 5 months. I think your meetings would be a whole lot more productive. They'd be a lot more substantive if you agreed as a body. Here's the things you want to do. Here's your priorities. You attack those first instead of kind of the shotgun approach. Anything anybody thinks of ends up on an agenda. Please table the whistleblower ordinance. It's another one of those things that is really no longer necessary, and you've really got other things you need to get going with. The manager's report. Certainly this one is far better. It's no longer the cut and paste report. David does a good job, but I think Mac's ideas of each department showing their goals every month and whether or not they've met those goals makes the report a whole lot more meaningful for residents and a whole lot more transparent. Waste Pro. Okay, the service and performance has been deteriorating for most of this past year. You know, the simplest things that are actually notated in the contract, such as leave the can where they find it, don't toss the can, put the lid back securely, they haven't been doing. You know, when they were attempting to get our business, I remember going to all the workshops, and Russell kept emphasizing a couple of things. One, that they were such a large company with enough manpower and equipment, we wouldn't see the kind of service issues we had in-house. Yet, there's rarely a week that goes by anymore that we aren't told they've got mechanical issues and hence can't finish the run. And the other thing, a lot of people have forgotten that he said, we'd have a dedicated crew. I'm not sure that ever happened. We were also told that with them we'd have trucks on their streets only 2 days a week. Well, that quickly morphed into 3, and now we're up to like 4 and 5. Last week,
I think you have to finish up your thought.
I'm getting there, I promise. Last week, it took them 3 days to pick up all the yard waste, assuming they did pick it all up. They never did pick up my garbage on Tuesday. Friday, they took my can with the yard waste, took it out to the front, left it in the street, emptied it, never touched the garbage cans, which were right next to it. And I have side yard pickup. You know, they were still in the area when I called and when I made the track easy, and yet they never came back. And my problems are not isolated, folks. So I hope you spend a great deal of time looking into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chuck Ross.
Good evening, everyone. Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. First of all, I agree with most of Janie's thoughts, if in fact maybe not all of them. So thank you, Janie. I'd like to make a statement about the agreement for the chief. We need stability in the position of the police chief, so it's important we create an agreement that inhibits a manager from firing a chief for no cause. One way is to pay a severance. I think that 4 weeks pay is a reasonable severance. And they would have to justify why they would be firing our police chief. That's one thing. Second thing, we have the, well, before I forget, we need to move forward with the RFP for a new manager. We have an interim manager, but he was there just to serve the purpose until we can get the search going. It's important that we move forward with this process right away. I don't believe it will burden administration because it actually should be taken care of by those. We can set up a mechanism outside of the administration to evaluate the candidates. So that's an important process. CITT audit update, which is item 9E, talks about the manager, says that he found a number of records and that he's not clear, but I think the bottom line is what happened was I offered my services to help the manager go through the records, which I did. I located a number of the records. And I hope that he has, maybe we'll find out tonight, unfortunately he's not here, that he is moving forward with hiring the external auditors possibly and working with our finance director, Paul Winklejohn, to piece together the information that was never submitted, from what I understand in the first place, to CITT. There was a report that Rox and I assembled over the weekend that basically is a roadmap to the expenditures in the CITT audit over the 10-year audit. And by the way, for those who are not familiar with what I'm talking about, there was an audit done by CITT, which is a Citizens Independent Transportation Trust. It's from October 1st, 2007. It ended in September 30th, 2017. And a number of the expenditures that were made by the fund were not documented by our former village manager. And apparently he just sat on this and did nothing. And now we have a deadline that's looming May 31st. But I believe that a tremendous amount of progress was made through efforts, or rocks in my efforts. And I'm hoping that the manager will move that report forward to the Paul Winklejohn, our finance director, and the external auditor to try to work with CITT and work out this problem, because it's a $300,000 to $400,000 problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have anybody raising hand, Mayor.
Mr. Raymond is raising his hand.
Yeah, I don't see here.
Yeah, David Raymond.
Okay. Can you raise your hand on the system, on the Zoom?
I'm here.
Okay. Talk.
Go ahead.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody, and thank you for recognizing me. I didn't realize you had to sign up ahead of time. I'll know for next meeting. So a few things. One is on Chuck's point about the CITT funds. You know, I had a conversation with the manager about that as well. Selfishly, because I'm still 5 years out trying to get the drain in front of my house fixed. But I know this is a special meeting, so I won't go there at this point. But I did also offer to assist David and go over one day and look through the records. In my past career in government, I spent a lot of time doing all kinds of audits, and the offer stands. If I can be of any help, if I know Chuck said he went, if go as a group or something and look through the boxes and make it like a little internal audit or something, and try to find all the records. Again, selfishly, not just for me, but who wants the village to have to return hundreds and thousands of dollars, because I don't even know where that would come from. On the recruitment for the village manager and the attorney, and this has nothing to do, by the way, with the performance of our attorney or manager at this point, just the process. I've been on the last 2 selection committees for the manager. So first of all, we do not pay enough here to attract and retain somebody really good. And I think that you need to raise that pay scale. And I think as part of that in the recruitment, you also should be looking for somebody who can bring money in. When I worked in government, I was required, it was part of my goals, to bring in X number of dollars to match the funds that were there. So if you pay somebody a little bit more and they bring in more money than you paid them, you're still way ahead. And I just think that's something that has to be looked at. And that process also takes months. So if you approve it now, I think when we hired Sharon and Christian, I think we were 6 months out on both those processes. I don't know, maybe longer. Waste Pro, I think one thing, not to defend them, but I do think that there's a lot more garbage out there. I jog every morning and I walk the dog every night, and I go up all different streets, and there's so much more trash out now, and on wrong days, because code was sort of taking a break. So people had stuff out. So I think Waste Pro, to their credit, has done a lot more, even though they've missed a bunch of stuff recently. But regardless, we definitely need to negotiate a contract with whomever. Last thing is, in terms of the contract for the chief, yeah, let's sign him up for like 10 years, chief, and with a bonus every year. If I could, that's what I would do. So please, I know I emailed you. There's just a couple of details in the contract about like the compensation being set by the manager, which I think maybe should be the manager and the commission, and then the benefits refer to a police PBA contract, which I didn't see referenced, which probably should be referenced or attached in that contract. Anyway, I hope we can come to terms with the chief, and congratulations, chief, on the report that we got from the crime statistics. Wonderful job you and your officers are doing. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Is there somebody else?
Barbara Watts is,
Okay.
Roseanne.
I believe Mr. Jonas asked first.
Who?
Fred Jonas?
Fred.
Hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Now I can.
Okay. All right. First of all, I want to agree with Matt Kennedy that the CITT issue needs to be a very, very high priority. You've all agreed to that, so that's great. Second, regarding Bob Anderson's comment that, and I think I can kind of rephrase this to say that Bob's sense of it was, we don't want to be too hasty in finding a new manager. I understand what he means, and I think in a way he's not wrong about that, but we are very far behind schedule, and we really need to find a way to expedite this. We have at least one commissioner, I'm thinking about Roxy Ross, who has been through, I think, at least 2 former hirings of managers and can give us a lot of institutional knowledge. David Raymond just talked about his experience, and I think we really need to throw something together, and we need to do it tonight. We need to start this process tonight. I know it's on as old business, but we really need to get serious about it. And I will say that it was very kind of David Hernandez to step forward when Ginny asked him to, but we kind of were a little bit impulsive in grabbing him. We didn't really look around. We didn't ask many questions, and we really need to keep in mind the kind of manager experience that we have typically wanted in the past. The other thing I want to say about that, and this is also keeping in mind David Raymond's comment, is David said he didn't think we were paying enough for a manager, and it really depends on how you look at it. If we wanted somebody who had extensive experience as a very well thought of manager in the county or anywhere for quite some time, David would be right about that. But paying what we do, we've had some excellent managers. We've gotten 3 who did a very, very good job for us, paying what they do, but what we do. And we've always had the same situation. We always get somebody with a lot of talent, a lot of ambition, never been a full manager before, and we are their start. We are a stepping stone for them. We know they're not going to stay with us for very long because we don't pay that much, but we get really, really good service out of really, really good people. So I don't think we need to change the pay scale, but I do think we need to get on it. I don't know that I have any other comments, so thanks.
Thank you.
Barbara Watts?
I can't hear you, Barbara.
Hold on, I'm trying to get her unmuted.
Okay. Now can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Okay, good. I'm a Verizon ad. All right, I just have a couple things I want to mention because everything I'd like to say I don't have time to in 3 minutes. One, I wanted to just ask you to consider extending the phase 1, phase 2, and not just follow Miami-Dade in the state of Florida, whatever is legally possible to slow down on stepping away from the quarantine. We will not be hurt by moving into phase 1 and phase 2 prematurely because we don't have any commercial property and so no commercial income. Miami, the city of Miami, North Miami, they're all, worried that their businesses are going to fail and which will affect their tax base. We don't have that problem, but we can save lives. All right, because just in the last 2 days, the official numbers, which right now we can't trust since Miami-Dade prompted the woman who gave the correct numbers to step down. But on the 18th, there were 854 new cases. The day before, 777. We're not going down. We're maybe evening out, but we're not lowering the curve. And if we can keep people wearing masks and keep social distancing in the park, I think that would show our concern for every resident of the park. Number 2, where is it? Okay, Waste Pro. I liked Commissioner Tudor's idea of exploring leasing trucks and going back to hiring our own if that would be financially feasible. You know, you get what you pay for it, and we've reduced our waste management fees by several $100s when we went to Waste Pro. And I think that not just in the last month or 2 months, it's been forever, virtually since the beginning. I give them grace for the first 6 months, but it has not been the service that we required. And I think we might look into the Department of Waste Management that is run by Miami-Dade and also used by the city of South Miami and the village of El Portal. I was worried that their trucks would be too large, but if El Portal uses them, they must have smaller trucks. And it also is a comparable amount of money. I don't know the quality of their work, but I think you might check that out. I think Mac's ideas, many of his ideas about the village manager's report are on spot. Writing these silly weekly things is just, as I wrote in an email, it's just onerous and a waste of time. I even think that maybe quarterly reports, because it takes more than a month to get many of these projects like CITT and all these other things. They extend over a month. You could, but so I think that maybe just monthly reports or goals might be a little too small of a window. Let's see, one other thing. Oh, David Raymond's mentioned about asking for the village manager to be able to fundraise. No offense, David, but you worked for, I think, the Homeless Trust and other social service agencies within Miami-Dade or Broward. Those agencies really require you to go out and get money. But my experience, and I think that I think Mr. Ross may back me on this, that when you look at all of the grants that are available for Miami-Dade, we are not eligible. We don't have commercial, we don't have business, we don't have an underserved, quote unquote, underserved community. So we're not eligible. We don't have our own public schools. So we are not eligible for the majority of the grants that you can get, except for the tree grant or things like that, or restoration grants. Okay, just maybe. Okay, I think that's it. And I'm glad that we went to Zoom. We do have a lot of work to do. But one more thing, if there's still a village manager, if you don't fund the person to fly in and to cover their expenses, you won't get anybody from out of the area. That's not done in the profession. I know, but it probably is the fact that we want somebody who really has connections in Florida, and specifically South Florida, so that might be a concern. But you're limiting your pool from the very beginning if you say you'll pay for no travel expenses. Okay, that's all, and thank you very much for doing this, and good luck.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else raise their hand. Is there anybody? I don't see it.
Fred is waving his hand.
Yeah. Fred Jonas.
Everybody spoke.
Already spoke.
He spoke already.
So that's a no?
Mayor, you decide.
If we're going to vote on it, I say let him speak and then we'll be done.
Fred, might be brief.
Yes, very, very brief. Can I speak or no?
Yes, speak.
Okay. So I forgot, I just wanted to mention one very small point, and that is, and somebody mentioned this already, but if we have any commissioners whose view of being on the commission is that they want to know what's the least possible thing they would possibly have to do in order to stay on the commission, that is not the kind of representation the village and its residents deserve, and anybody who approaches the commission that way should please resign tonight.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? We finished with public comments. John, do you want to do the ordinance?
Got a first.
Madam Mayor, we need to first adopt the amended minutes that are shown on the agenda.
Right. Can we have a motion for that, for the amended minutes?
I make a motion to adopt the amended minutes that were distributed and are attached to the agenda under item 6A.
And I'll second it.
Yeah, if I may, and I know that Commissioner Samaria, I'll defer to him, but Commissioner Samaria identified that apparently some of the comments or actually the adoption of the next item on the agenda on first reading wasn't properly reflected in the minutes. He brought it to staff's attention, and as a result, we've submitted the amended minutes that are on the table for you all to adopt. So, unless Commissioner Samaria has any additional comments, I'll defer to the mayor.
Do we need a second on that?
I believe Commissioner Samaria already had seconded it, so discussion would be appropriate.
Okay, discussion is, anybody want to discuss that? Okay, Roseanne, would you do the roll call, please?
Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy? Where's Commissioner Kennedy?
He's muted.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Yeah. Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that passes. John, are you going to do the 2020-24 resolution?
Yes, ma'am. The next item on the agenda is ordinance number 2020-02, an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, repealing ordinance 2019-05 and amending chapters 14 and 15 of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code regarding the powers and duties of the Biscayne Park Code Enforcement Board, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Madam Mayor, back in February, the commission directed staff to roll back, for lack of a better description, ordinance 2019-05 and put back in place the regulations regarding the Code Enforcement Board that existed prior to that new ordinance. And what you have reflects that. There have been a number of typographical errors that have been pointed out to staff, and new and updated versions have been provided to you. And to the extent that the commission has any further changes to this ordinance and second reading, I have the ordinance open in Word format that we can make the changes. As I said before, this essentially rolls back the code enforcement regulations to the way they existed prior to adoption of ordinance 2019-05. Subject to the one change that the commission directed staff to make between first and second reading, which is the addition of language regarding notification to the village if the property owner is represented by legal counsel. And that has been incorporated.
Well, John.
Okay, can we have a motion on that?
No, I like to, there's a couple,
No, I have some things to discuss.
Same here.
Can we make a motion to move it forward?
So hold on. So that particular modification or change that you all requested is contained in section 14.1 of the ordinance, and it's reflected in double underline writing. And at this point in time, it would be appropriate to make a motion to approve a second so you all can have discussion and take public comment.
I make a motion to approve second reading of ordinance 2020-02 for discussion.
And a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
It's up to the commission whether or not you want to discuss it
now
or take public comment first. But you do need to take
public comment first.
Okay, was that a second, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes, I seconded and suggested that we take public comment before we make our comments.
I'll open public comments for this. Does anybody?
I don't see anybody raise their hand on the, okay, Fred Jonas, yeah.
Fred Jonas is the only hand I see.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead, sorry, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Ordinance 2019-05 was faulty, unnecessary, and spurious. It was unhelpful, and it should absolutely be repealed. So please just repeal it. It shouldn't require any discussion. You already know what the issues are. You can just vote on it.
Any other comments?
Anybody else? I don't see anybody.
Okay, it's open for discussion.
Mayor, close the public comment.
Close the public comments. Who would like to discuss anything on this?
I would, but Ms. Commissioner Kennedy, you had your hand first, so go ahead. You can
Go
make
ahead, Dan. No, go ahead, Dan.
This was brought to me by one of the residents, Gary, who was on the board, brought some of the stuff to my attention, and I just wanted to see these are the items we can change. If we go to page 6, it's just basically 4 of them, so hopefully that'll be fast. Page 6, 14.1.7 F2IA. That's the determination of the fine to be imposed has gone back and forth between staff and the board. There is no formula for the fines or method for collecting them. Many citations simply go unpaid. The amounts are too small to be of interest to a collection agencies, and liens will be overkill. I have suggested many of times interest should be changed and stated on the citation. The village should also send out particular reminders saying at 6 months or a year. Okay, that's the first one. Page 8, 14.1.10A. The paragraph refers to fines specific at this section. There is no schedule of fines included in this section. The statement should be fines in accordance with 15.3.1. States the maximum fines permitted by the state statute. The amount of the fine is determined by the board according to the criteria set by the following Article B. Same page, 14.1.10A4. Strike the entire paragraph and rewrite it, reflect the current procedures as follows. A request for fine reduction shall be submitted to the Code Compliance Board no later than 1 week prior to the scheduled board meeting. The village questionnaire should be completed by the petitioner, indicating the reasons a fine reduction should be considered by the Code Compliance Board and proposed amount of reduced fine. Administrative fees set by resolution and kept on file in the clerk's office shall be applied at the time of the request is submitted. The last one on page 9, 10, 14.110D, strike the following from the bottom of the paragraph. After 3 months from the filing of such lien, which remains unpaid, the Code Compliance Board may authorize the village attorney to initial court procedures to foreclose upon that lien. The village manager and or the commission shall make the determination to foreclosure, not the board. Thank you. That's all I have.
If I may, hold on, Commissioner Kennedy, before you start, I don't have a problem in the commission directing me to make any changes, but if we're going to make the changes as we go along, we got to go a little slower.
Sorry.
Because I can't type that fast. So, it's up to you all how you want to proceed to take up the issues. I can always make the changes after you vote on them and submit the finished or revised document to the clerk for the mayor to sign. It's your I'll follow your direction.
Do you want Dan to repeat what he said?
I think not only do I think
if we make changes.
Hold on. I think not only does he have to repeat them, but the commission needs to discuss them and direct me whether or not you agree or not.
Okay.
And potentially, if necessary, ask me questions, because I think that some of the language that he's suggesting be modified, and I'm going from back to front, the language about the code enforcement board having the authority to authorize foreclosures, frankly, that's right out of the state statute. It can be modified, But you all asked me to put this ordinance essentially back the way it was before, and that's what I've done. If you want to change it any further, it certainly is your prerogative, including that language.
If we make changes on any of this, that will affect the fact that they can't proceed right away. Code compliance meeting.
No, ma'am. We can make the changes and they can go on the record, and as long as they're reflected in the final document properly, you can vote and approve it tonight, and it will go into effect immediately upon your approval.
May I speak to something
Okay,
you just
Commissioner
said, John?
Kennedy?
And yes, thank you. And that is that if this is an ordinance, and ordinances are expensive and time consuming. Am I echoing for anyone else? I'm echoing in my own ear. Okay, good.
You're okay.
I'll tolerate myself. So ordinances are time consuming and expensive to change. So this is kind of like our one crack at this. And I have some comments from residents as well and some things that I want to ask. I had a long conversation with John today, and he helped me understand why I should remove some things. But I think we should take a minute to consider a couple of things, because we don't want to do this again with an ordinance. One of the things that Dan mentioned was a fee schedule. There actually is a fee schedule, Dan. I was communicating with Roseanne today. I found the resolution where it was passed in 2016. So the fee schedule you discussed is there. You can pull it up. It's actually rather thorough. My only comment about it, which is kind of off topic, and we'll probably have to come back to it, is that it was developed in the year 2016. It hasn't been touched then. So it's a 4-year-old fee schedule. It probably is time for someone to take a look at that. And if David were here, I would say that maybe we should task him with coming back probably like maybe in the August meeting with recommendations to changes to the fee schedule, or not, if they determine they all seem right, to take a look at that. But that's one thing I wanted to let you know, Dan, that I saw that today.
Okay. Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, just to comment, we all received the 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4 points that Commissioner Samaria raises. And I did the research on them. And so to give you some feedback on that, the first point on page 6 had to do more with collection of fines and a process for collecting the fines, which I don't think is appropriate to delineate in the ordinance itself, but certainly something for staff to consider, sending out reminders about the fines that are outstanding, and then eventually recording those liens, and pursuing things that can be done, just to even something as simple as a reduction of the fine for people who come in and want to clarify their, clean up their paperwork, sort of an amnesty kind of thing that could be done every couple of years or maybe once a year, I don't know. But that's the type of thing I don't think should be put into our ordinance. It's just a process that we could have staff use.
If I may, Commissioner, in looking through that language in this draft ordinance, I think that the issue that was raised is that this section in general deals with the issuance of citations, where under the code, under our existing code, there's a citation schedule or fine associated with it, and that I think the point that was trying to be made by the resident and by Commissioner Samaria is that the amount of the fine that is set forth in that resolution is, from a practical standpoint, never going to rise to the level of being worth it for anyone to spend any more time to pursue either the collection and maybe even the underlying violation. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but that's how I took that comment. And so, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, go ahead, Rox.
Well, yeah, I understand the point is that the fines are too small, but You know, we were trying to get people to pick up their garbage cans and not leave them out extensively over so much time after the collection, and make sure that people mow their lawns and do those things that are immediate fixes. It's not worth starting a whole code process for. So at the time, the commission picked certain repeated things that could be just issued a citation, you know, a fine and a citation without having to go through an entire lengthy code process. Whether that works or not, I mean, if I get a citation, I try to pay it immediately or address it, not just, you know, throw it in the recycling bin. And so I'm not sure what else we can do to make that have more teeth, but
I'd like to throw something in there if you're looking for an idea.
Okay.
And I talked to John about this today. If there are unpaid fines, a resident said, why don't we charge interest? And then John explained to me that violations start stacking up on each other on a daily basis if we choose them to. But would it be possible, if there's an open fine that someone has not either resolved through the board or paid, that we could not issue reoccupancy certificates for rentals and not issue permits for work that they want to do on the property until they kind of settle their account with us? It seems to me if you have a client that's not paying us bills, you don't send them more product.
That sounds interesting.
I would be in favor of that. I would be in favor of that, but I'm not sure that that needs to be in our code.
Where would that be then?
Commissioners, there are jurisdictions that do have provisions similar to what Commissioner Kenny and I discussed, where in the code enforcement ordinance, it says that no permits can be issued to a property that has an outstanding code violation or code lien until that issue is resolved, in order to, obviously, number one, bring the property into compliance, and two, then potentially mitigate the amount of the accrued fine, whether it's through citation or through a code board order. So that's certainly something
it could be put in here.
Yes, it can be put in here.
And that might be, look, as a resident, if I knew that were, when I was given a citation, if it said in there somewhere, if this is unpaid, you won't be able to get permit or a reoccupancy for your rental, that would make me pay even more attention than the $25 fine. Like, I'm not messing with that. Here's my 25 bucks, clear out my account.
Yeah,
I think that's a nice, simple, clean solution.
I agree with you, Commissioner Kennedy. That's, how do we put that though? Do we have to write that in, or?
You can direct me to write that into the ordinance. I'm sorry. Assuming that the direction of the commission is to go ahead and do that, I will incorporate that language into the final draft, and the motion to approve would be motion to approve the ordinance subject to the following amendments that the attorney has been directed to make.
Right.
So then do we vote on that right now as one little part of it?
You can. You can take them one by one, or you can do them all. If someone's keeping track, we can then do them all at the end.
We better do them one by one. If we think it's a good idea, we better say yes and move on, or no and move on. So do we do a separate motion within the motion, or is it more informal?
Well, there's a motion to approve and a motion to discuss and a second to discuss. So probably the perfect thing to do, if you want to take it up by parts as we go along, is to for the person who made the motion to withdraw the motion, and then we'll take up the amendments as we go along.
Let me just ask a question though. If we don't vote on this as a whole, then we lose that if it's voted down.
No, at the end, we'll vote as amended.
Right.
We'll do a cleanup at the end and pass the whole thing.
Right. Okay, so I withdraw my initial motion on the on approval of the ordinance, and we'll just continue discussing it.
Okay, so
So do
let's
we
see.
make a motion on this one item now and close it out?
Well, again, I don't want to make any, we can do that, but also, do we want to go back to Commissioner Samaria and take up each one of his and vote on them as well?
Well, this is
Well, yeah,
the
I'm just
first
afraid
one.
if we don't close one out before we go back to Dan and go pick up another one, we're going to lose track of these things.
Correct.
We'll try to
I
have a
would agree.
conversation to pass them all at one time.
This
I agree.
amendment addresses Dan's first comment, so we're all talking about the same thing.
Yeah, partly. Yeah. So make a motion and
yes.
vote on this one and move? Okay. I make a motion that we amend ordinance 2020, what is this guy called? 02, to include language that property owner cannot get a permit or reoccupancy for a rental if he has unpaid violations or open permits. Say that right? Not open permits.
Is there a second on that?
The unpaid violations.
I have a question, Phil.
Well, we need a second on the new motion.
Fine, second.
Okay, discussion?
So you say landlord permit or reoccupancy certificate on rental properties only. What if it's not a rental property?
And permits. No new permits.
Any property.
It's any permit.
Any property. Any permit on any property.
Okay. Okay, I'm good with it then. I mean, I'm not sure, we might have to amend those other parts of the code, like the part of the code that sets out the landlord permitting. But we could have that discussion another day. I just want to make sure that if this is going to be a requirement, that it is also instituted throughout all the other permit applications, so people know up front that's going to be a requirement.
Mr. Harry,
Okay, do we want to vote on that?
Mr. Harry, do we need a consensus on that?
Just, I.
John, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, there should be a vote to approve each amendment as we go along. And because it's an ordinance, it should be a roll call vote.
Okay.
Okay, Roseanne?
Mayor Hoppe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
5-0 to change the language on denying permits.
So now we go back to Dan's list.
Is there any other comments? Dan, do you want to repeat?
No,
It was
do
on
you
page
want me
8.
to-
It was on
Do
page
one at a
8.
time.
Hey, okay, so the first one covered page 6, right? The first one that I brought up, Ms. Commissioner Ross?
We just took care of that one.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking you. Okay. Yeah, for page 8, 14.110, the paragraph refers to fines specifically in this section. There is no scheduled fines included in this section. The statement should be fines accordance with 15.3.1, which states the maximum fines permitted by state statute. The amount of the fine is determined by the board according to the criteria stated in the following Article B.
Where page 5, I'm sorry.
Page 8.
That's page 8.
14.1.10.
Okay, so for, in subsection A of 14.1.10, what I have written is the Code Compliance Board, upon notification by the Code Compliance Officer that a previous order of the board has not been complied with by the set time, or finds a person to be a repeat violator under subsection C, may order the violator to pay a fine in an amount specified in this chapter. Or authorize, I'm sorry, an amount authorized in this chapter. That should take care of it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, am I looking at the wrong section or am I looking at the wrong version? I received so many versions of this. 14.1.10, fines and liens.
Yes, that's the section.
A.
Aye.
Yeah.
In A, that's where the comment was, and I've changed that.
Okay, what else, Commissioner Samari?
Okay.
Hold on. Is that change agreeable to all the commission? And if so, motion to approve that change.
So are
I'd
we,
like to hear it again, please.
Yeah, can you repeat it again, Mr. Kern?
Yes. Okay. In section 14.1.10, subsection A, it will now read, the Code Compliance Board, upon notification by the Code Compliance Officer that a previous order of the board has not been complied with by the set time or finds a person to be a repeat violator under subsection C, may order the violator to pay a fine in an amount authorized in this chapter. That's the change, authorized in this chapter. Each day the violation continues past the date set by the Code Compliance Board for compliance, or in the case of a repeat violation, for each day the repeat violation continues past the date of notice the violator of the repeat violation.
Where in the chapter are these noted?
I'm sorry?
Where it says, you change the language to say in this chapter. Where in this chapter are they?
In the entirety, in this entire document, it sets forth what the amount of the fines are in either if it's a citation, it's by the citation resolution, or if it's under the general notice of violation for a first-time violation. The law and this ordinance allows for a fine between $100 and $250 a day for each violation. If it's a repeat violation, you can go all the way up to $500 per day.
So it's also referring to the resolution from 2016 that sets the initial fines.
If it's a citation, okay, I want everyone to be clear that this ordinance and the system that the village has is a two-pronged approach. You can issue citations, which there's a resolution that says if you issue a citation for these violations, here is the fine that you have to pay. Separate and distinct from that, under the general powers of the Code Compliance Board, a notice of violation is issued. If the notice of violation is not complied with, a notice of hearing gets scheduled and the matter goes before the Code Compliance Board. Under that scenario, the Code Compliance Board can impose a fine of up to $250 a day for a first-time violation and up to $500 a day if it's a repeat violation. And all of that is in this chapter.
Okay, do you need a motion for this? John, should we do a motion to approve this?
Yes, you need to make a motion. There needs to be a second. There needs to be a voice vote. I'm sorry, a roll call.
I make a motion to, make the changes that the attorney just made. Ordinance.
Okay, do we have a second?
I will second.
I'm not sure. Any discussion? Roseanne, would you like to do a roll call,
Mayor
please?
Dawson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Yes?
You're muted again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samari?
Yes.
Okay.
Next one.
Okay, next one is page 8, 14.1.10A4. I'd like to strike the entire paragraph and rewrite it to reflect the current procedure as follows. A request for fine reduction shall be submitted to the Code Compliance Board no later than 1 week prior to the scheduled board meeting. The village questionnaire shall be completed by the petitioner, including the reasons a fine reduction should be considered by the Code Compliance Board and the proposed amount of the reduction fine. Administrative fee set by the resolution and kept on file, clerk's office shall be required at the time of the request is submitted.
Did you get that, John?
No, I will have to get that in writing if that's the commission's will. Someone will have to send that to me. Now, with that said, I don't have a problem. It is your ordinance to direct me, but I will go back to, maybe I'm incorrect in the statement, but what is in the draft ordinance is what was there before.
And what changes do you want, Dan?
Well, just so they wanted, I wanted a paragraph, you know, the entire paragraph that rewrite reflect the current procedure as follows. Want me to read it again?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
It's number 4 you're reading, right?
Well,
Yes.
and I think maybe here's the distinction, if I may, is that there may be an internal procedure that is currently being followed either by staff or the code board or both, that is slightly different than what's in the code. That's the best explanation I can give as to the discrepancy, because the comment by Commissioner Samaria is replace it with what we're currently doing, or something to that effect.
Okay, if I could respond to the suggestion, to the suggested language.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
Thank you. I see this as a process issue and not necessarily something to be codified. What the code gives us right now is for the code compliance officer. I mean, obviously, someone who wants a fine reduction, there's a process, there's an application, a form they have to fill out. I don't know that that has to be in our code, but there definitely has to be a form so that people can check the boxes and give all of the information that's going to be required for the board to make a decision. And for that application to be presented to the board, right now, what is in the code says the code compliance officer is to make a recommendation. And it sets forth 8 or 9 criteria for that recommendation. I do not want to delete those provisions. I think it's important for staff that's been dealing with this, whatever the code issue is. They've had a history of it, and I think that it's important that they give a recommendation to the board with a full historic background of the code issue. So I don't want to eliminate that.
You really want to change that one, Dan?
If I can
comment on something.
I want to hear from the rest of the commission.
Well, Dan is reading comments that came from a resident,
and
I'm guessing
that resident may have sent them to all of us because I received them as well.
If I understand, the intent was the way it's written. It sounds like the code.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm hearing an echo.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah.
You have an echo. Maybe you have another device?
I know, and I don't have any idea why it's happening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Difficult.
You can, okay. Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. If I understand, the way it's worded now, the code compliance officer is making a recommendation to reduce a fine. And that the resident who sent this to us, from my understanding, and I read the same thing that Dan read, and I also had a conversation with this person, is that the onus for the fine reduction should fall on the resident, that the village should not be initiating a reduction in a fine, that the resident should be coming to the board and saying, would you work with me on this fine? Not the village saying, you know what, let's see if they'll pay less money. Which makes perfect sense to me.
Commissioner, I understand that, but I guess from a practical standpoint, is the way it's written and the way I understand it, it takes place is the code compliance officer is not going to be doing the written recommendation until such time as the applicant, the property owner, asks for reduction.
Yeah, I think it doesn't say that, and it sounds like, if you read it, it sounds like the code compliance officer is initiating this.
Well,
No, I don't read it that way.
it's
Commissioner
not
Kennedy.
for all requests for a reduction. So somebody has to make a request.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can put in, I can put in, just to be clear, where it says, for all requests for reduction of fines, by
The violator or whatever.
by
word
a
you
property
use.
owner or violator and or violator. And leave it. So it would read, subsection 4 would now read, for all requests for reduction of fine by a property and or violator, the code compliance officer shall submit a written recommendation to the code compliance board. In formulating the recommendation, the code compliance officer shall consider the criteria, which includes but is not limited to the following. And then there's that laundry list of criteria.
Right.
And then,
I think the other point in this is that the code compliance officer might not be the person to suggest what the reduced fine would be. That the negotiation is starting, we're starting to negotiate with ourselves. The way it's set up is the code compliance officer is coming in and saying, instead of $500, let's see if they'll pay $400, and that's where the negotiation begins, as opposed to the resident saying, a hardship, it's overreach, whatever their reasons are, $500 is too much. I think I'll offer you $250 and go from there. But it sounds like the code compliance officer almost at this point is representing the resident in compiling all of this and suggesting something.
okay, well, let's change that. Hold on. A valid point. And I think it's
Does everyone see where I'm saying? That's just my opinion. That's what I was
see
hearing.
what you're saying.
It's what I see when I read it, and it's what I heard when the resident said this.
Okay, so rather than saying shall submit a written recommendation, we'll remove recommendation and say report.
That's good.
There you go.
I like that
To
better,
include,
yes.
and I think it needs to say that the onus is on the resident, the violator, to suggest the amount they want to pay. That they have to put that figure out there.
You're misunderstanding. Is the report is not going to suggest at all a dollar figure. It's just going to simply identify items A through I.
Just provide all the information.
Yes, we're not making a recommendation.
Well, then this may be a procedural thing, because I think maybe that's not what has happened in the past, that the officer has suggested the amount. I may be wrong about that, but that's what I understood. So maybe that's something that needs to take place internally. But the language change that you said sounded perfect, actually. Basically, it's a report, not a recommendation. It's a recommendation sounds like they're going to start throwing numbers around.
Right, that they're making decisions too on recommendations.
Exactly.
Do you agree with that, Commissioner Samaria?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay, so we'll delete recommendation and substitute report.
Report. Do we need to make a motion on that, or is that?
Yes.
Yes. Make a motion?
I move that we change the word recommendation to report in 14.1 B4 of ordinance 2020-02.
Okay, a second on that?
How about the other suggested language by?
We need a second. We need a second.
No, hold on. Commissioner Ross is correct, because we also changed for all requests for reduction of fine and added in by a property and or violator, property owner and or violator. So that would include that, the motion would include that change in that section as well.
Okay. Okay, that's okay with you, Commissioner Samaria?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we need
We have
a new motion.
I think Commissioner Kennedy can just add that into his motion.
Yes, need a second.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, Roseanne?
Mayor Halpin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
just for clarification, and I think where some of the, I'm sorry, not on the motion, unrelated to the motion, I see that there are 2 dial-in phone numbers that are unmuted, and that may be where we're getting some of that feedback. They're
Yes,
2.
I think that's it, yes.
One of them is mine. I'm talking through my phone, not my computer. It sounds better.
Okay.
Maybe have solved the problem.
Yeah.
Well, when Roseanne, when you unmute me, don't unmute my box with my face on it. That one needs to stay muted. The box that's
Roseanne is
highlighted now
not
that ends in
unmuting
139.
us.
No,
She's
no.
not.
Hmm?
Yeah, Commissioner Kennedy.
I'm getting unmuted and remuted.
Yeah, okay, on the email.
Okay.
Now I have that.
All right.
So keep my picture muted.
Next one.
Okay,
Okay, is
next
there
one.
any other
okay,
discussion
yes,
on
this
this?
is not- On that one, yeah, we finished that one, right? Okay, this is the last one. Strike the following from the bottom of the paragraph, which is on 9,
Wait,
10.
what page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 9, 10, 14.1.1.d. Strike the following from the bottom of the paragraph. After 3 months from filling of such lien, which remains unpaid, the Code Compliance Board may authorize the village attorney to initial court proceedings to foreclose upon the lien. The village manager and the commissioner shall make the determination to foreclose, not the board.
Now, you said the bottom of page 9?
Bottom page 9, and it's 14.1.z.d.
Can you mention the line, the number of the line?
There is no sub D. I think it's sub C.
You're not, yeah, you're not.
Okay, give us the line.
Okay, no, that's what I have. What is it? Attorney, you were saying which one it is? Somebody was correcting me, which is okay to correct me if I have the wrong one.
Give us the line number that you're talking about, the line on the left side, the numbers.
Yes, 46, 47, 48.
I believe it's 14.1.10C as in Charlie. It
Yes.
begins on the bottom of page 9.
Thank you.
And it's the end of that paragraph and it rolls over onto the top of page 10.
Yeah.
They're
Thank
a
you.
certified copy, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Towards the end.
Yes.
Starting at line 46, a fine imposed pursuant to this part shall continue to accrue, foreclose on a lien filed pursuant to this section. After 3 months, the Code Compliance Board may this is the part.
Okay.
After 3 months from the filing of any such lien which remains unpaid, the Code Compliance Board may authorize the village attorney to initiate court proceedings to foreclose upon the lien. That's the challenge that this person had. It's one of the board members saying, we don't want to place liens on properties. That's not our responsibility. That should be the responsibility of the manager or the commission. I spoke with John about it today. John, do you want to tell everybody what you told me?
Yeah, and I've spoken to several of you. That language, and I mentioned this before, is actually in the state statute, Chapter 162, oddly enough. And so I think that, harkening back to what was there before is I didn't change that. That literally is, right. But with that said, and I've said this in several other different contexts and to each of you, I don't necessarily disagree with your suggestion, but you need to direct me to do that, to put in there that you can say the Code Enforcement Board and the Village Commission, because I personally believe that no lawsuit should be initiated under the name of the village without the commission approval.
And I think it could be as simple as adding that language there, that the board, so basically, I'm not going to read it, I'm just going to say, so basically the board could say, go file a lien. We're done with this one, go file a lien, but it would have to come to the commission because no lawsuits are filed through the village unless the commission has approved it. No legal action takes place in Biscayne Park. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just put that there.
Right.
So
Just
then
add that.
the reminder is there. Yeah.
Okay.
Just add it.
Clarification is we're not talking about filing a lien. We're talking about foreclosing on a lien. The lien's already been filed.
That's still a legal action.
And yeah. So now we're saying we're going to take title away. We're going to foreclose on our lien and take title away.
Correct.
So I would like to see that authority reserved for the commission. It's a really high sanction to impose on someone, and we shouldn't put that burden on a volunteer board.
May I suggest the following?
So just add,
That after 3 months from the filing of any such lien which remains unpaid, the Code Compliance Board may authorize the village attorney to initiate court proceedings to foreclose upon the lien, comma, which foreclosure must be approved by the commission, period.
Period. Perfect.
I like that.
But we're still saying that the board is going to make this recommendation, and I think that they don't want to carry that burden.
Well, I understand that. The concern that I have is somewhat is grounded in the state statute. Give me a moment to find it.
John explained to me earlier today, it has to come from the board or the magistrate. If we had a magistrate, it has to initiate there, is what he told me earlier today.
Hold on a minute, Kimmy. I'm trying to find the state statute. Enforcement procedure, conduct of hearing. Okay. Give me a moment. The state statute, and again, this is kind of nuances, and we've had, after 3 months from the filing of any such lien which remains unpaid, the enforcement board may authorize the local governing board attorney to foreclose on the lien or to sue to recover money judgment for the amount of the lien plus accrued interest. We're leaving that language in and just saying that if the code board does make that recommendation, which is only a recommendation, it must be approved by the commission. And that way we're still staying true to the state statute, but the ultimate decision lies with the commission.
Which, according to our charter, it does anyway, but at least it clarifies it there and makes it clear that the board's we're not putting that responsibility on them.
Correct.
Okay. I'm happy with that. The phrase you added at the end sounded perfect to me.
Commissioner Samari, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I make a motion to accept the changes that the attorney just said.
Okay, we have a second on that?
Question though.
Rox has something to say.
So
we need a second on that first, and then we'll discuss that again.
I'll second it. I want to hear what Rox has to say.
Commissioner Ross?
When you add that phrase at the end of the sentence, which action must be approved by the commission, to me, that's almost like a directive saying the commission approve this thing.
How about if it must be approved by the commission to proceed?
Well, shouldn't we put something in instead after the code compliance board not may authorize the village attorney, that at that point it should be going before the commission, and then the commission, with or without the code and compliance board, then would refer it to the attorney.
Look, I believe if this is an issue of concern to the commission, I believe that you can substitute if you want. I do believe that you can substitute the word code compliance board with the commission and remove the code compliance board completely outside of the process. It just you do have the authority, and I believe ultimately the authority rests solely with this commission to approve any legal action in its name.
Right.
So we can just simply strike out code compliance board and replace with commission.
I like that better.
Does anybody else have an opinion?
I think it's cleaner.
Okay, I'd like to change my motion do that, exactly that change.
Very good, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We have a second. Commissioner Ross, will you
I'll
change
second
your
that.
second to that? Or who was that, Commissioner?
Commissioner
Okay.
Kennedy already second.
Okay, Roseanne, you want to do a roll call?
Mayor Hoppy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samari.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's complete your,
Yes, that completes mine. Thank you.
is
Ray.
there any other
I think
comments on this or
Commissioner Kennedy had
suggestions?
something.
I do, but I'll defer to some other commissioners first, and I'll go at the end, like clean up at the end.
I don't know that any other
Will,
commissioners have
Rox,
any.
do you have anything?
My only concern was what we just addressed with the authority to foreclose. I don't have any other comments.
Okay, Commissioner Tudor, do you have any comments?
Yeah, my only comment is that I agree with the changes that were made. However, I think that we should have considered including language that would allow the village to incorporate the use of a special magistrate if the need ever arose.
I thought that was already in there.
No, ma'am. You all directed me to put it back to the way it was before. And I've had conversations at various times with each of you individually. There still are some components of the I think there were 2009 when this ordinance was adopted. The 2009 or version of your code of compliance regulations probably does need to be looked at long haul, but it's kind of a means to an end. You wanted to get your code board back up and running. If you recall, we just dealt with a particular provision of the state statute. But what's not in your regulations is language about the pursuing a money judgment, which is in the state statute, but came after you adopted your regulations back in 2009. And so the point being is that that at some point in the future, I think the commission needs to undertake and give staff direction to update the entirety of the code enforcement ordinance to be consistent as much as possible with state law, subject to the changes we've already discussed. And that may include simply just saying, which the state statute does say that you can have a special magistrate. It doesn't say you have to, nor does it say what powers you give to the special magistrate. It just simply says as an alternate to a code enforcement board, you may, I want to emphasize may, have a special magistrate. And I know many jurisdictions that have both. Just a topic for discussion for a future meeting.
Okay, is there any other suggestions, Commissioner Tudor?
No, that was it.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy?
Well, I have a couple of things, and I'll try to be as quick as I can, but I want to ask a question about Will's comment. So, John, if I understood what you just said, we could add in that we may have a magistrate. So basically, you would add in a section that says, if we ever determined that we needed one for some reason, we could go get one and use them for some purpose that we would determine later. Is that what you're saying? Could it be that casual, or would we have to determine what the function of that magistrate would be now?
No, you don't have to determine what that function of that special magistrate is. And frankly, virtually all of the, not all, but virtually all of the regulations that I've seen that have a special magistrate and a code compliance board option is literally that. It's an option. They both have concurrent jurisdiction over all matters. It really is an issue of staff deciding what violations they may want to give to the special magistrate, because the special magistrate maybe is right around the corner versus the code board. You don't have to specify that, nor does the statute specify that.
So worst case scenario, everybody quit on the board, and I know it happened, and I'm not referring to why they all quit. But if they all quit and we didn't have a board and we had to function next month, we could use a magistrate.
Yes, you could go out and engage a special magistrate to hear cases.
Okay.
Look, I don't have a problem with adding something that's that informal in there. So we have look, we have to function, you know? So if that enabled us to function one day for some circumstance that we can't imagine right now, I don't have a problem with that in theory, as long as it doesn't dictate that certain things go to one or the other, or that there are or that appeals go to that person necessarily. Wouldn't want this to automatically be a place that people can say, I want to go to the magistrate, or I want my appeal to go to the magistrate. I would want the village to control when we use the magistrate, if we ever use that person or not. If it's just kind of there in our back pocket as a just in case, I have no problem with what Will is suggesting. I think it's a smart thing. It just kind of covers our butts a little bit in case we ever would need something. And I could probably think of 3, for instances right now if I needed to. I don't see why we wouldn't consider adding something that casual in there, as long as it doesn't require us to use them a certain amount, to go hire one right now. I don't even want to go hire one. Just have the ability to if that day ever came. I don't see a problem with that.
I agree with that. We shouldn't hire somebody, that we have the ability to go hire somebody.
Yeah. And as long as it's that casual, what do Rox and Dan say about that?
I agree with that. I just don't want to have I want to have the magistrate as the last resort in case we lose all the votes. So I agree with what you're saying.
Okay, do you like that, Commissioner Tudor?
Yes, I just think we need to have that language there because you don't know what situation is going to arise. You don't know if there may be a rare occasion where there may be an issue that comes before the code board where there may be one or multiple of the residents may be conflicted out. I just think it's good to have that safeguard there for the village.
Okay, Commissioner Ross?
If 3 of them, yeah.
Commissioner Ross, do you agree with that?
I always thought it was a good idea to have that extra tool, but it seemed to me that early on in discussing this ordinance, the majority of the commission just wanted to put things back the way they were. And, you know, to get through a speedier process, I went along, but, and I don't know that we can just drop the word, you know, a phrase magistrate, and it'll magically give us all, you know, give us that power.
Well, our attorney's saying it will.
Well, let me be very specific. As we're talking, or as the board, as the commission is talking, I did a search for under the state statute for the word magistrate, and it shows up 8 times, only 8 times in the entire statute. And just very briefly, in 3 of the 8 references are in the what is called the applicability statute section of the statute. It says a charter county, a non-charter county, or a municipality may by ordinance adopt an alternate code enforcement system that gives code enforcement boards or special magistrates designated by the local governing body or both the authority to hold hearings and assess fines against violators of the respective county or municipal codes or ordinances. The special magistrate shall have the same status as an enforcement board under this chapter. Reference to this chapter is the enforcement board, except in section 16205, shall include a special magistrate if the context permits. If the commission is so inclined, what I would ask is that you all make a motion, second the motion, and have a roll call vote for me to, where appropriate, take the references in the state statute to magistrate and insert them into ordinance 2020-02.
I want to be sure I
that starts
understand.
feeling a little claustrophobic to me.
I want to be sure.
Now all of a sudden,
no.
Go ahead, Dan. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner. I want to make sure I understand. The magistrate is only if the board is not there. I mean, the board is going to be handling this, right? Because I'm not in favor.
Correct, and that's why. That is why I read that particular section of the state statute, because it very specifically recognizes that the 2 bodies, the special magistrate and the code board, can and under the state statute do exist concurrently.
So John, let me ask you a question. I'm a resident and I have a fine for leaving my trash can out for the past 3 weeks. oh, wait a minute, that's the house 2 doors south of me. Let's say I have my pile out on the wrong day. The way you just read that, if you went through and did a search and destroy and made code board say magistrate or code board, would that enable me as a resident to say, I want the magistrate? Go get me a magistrate. I don't want that board.
No,
That's
no,
what I
it
don't
is,
want.
it is up to you all.
Could we even tighten it up a little bit by saying a magistrate can't be hired unless by resolution of the commission or something before, like, it has
No,
to go
it
before the
says,
commission?
it says a charter county, a non-charter county, or a municipality may by ordinance adopt an alternate code enforcement system. So once you create the special magistrate's process, before that special magistrate can actually hear any cases, you're obviously going to have to hire that special magistrate, and only you all can do that.
Manager.
Only the commission can do it. The manager can't go hire a magistrate on his or her
No,
own?
it's going to require commission approval. Under your
And the
procurement
resident
policy,
can never request it.
under your policies and
I'm sorry,
procedures, the procurement would have to come back to you.
Right. That's a budgeted item, so it would have to go in front of the commission because it's not budgeted. Yeah, it would have to.
As long as the commission has some jurisdiction over that, they kind of play gatekeeper, whether we actually have that person or not. Again, as long as it's in our back pocket, but no one can pull it out of my back pocket and use it without me saying yes. That's kind of where I'm going here.
I agree.
I've never seen it done any other way than commission approval.
Okay, can we have a
You
motion on
understand what
that?
we're trying to allow not to happen?
Yeah.
I have one more question, if I may. I've always been told that when you have a second reading of an ordinance, you have to stay within the 4 corners of the title as it was published, advertised. And the title of this ordinance says that it is an amendment of the chapters regarding the powers and duties of the Code Enforcement Board. So
I'm going back and Commissioner, I did have that conversation with you, and you are correct. You are correct. And so I think that the issue of, and this is where I started my comments, is the long view is that the village's code enforcement regulations need to be looked at and determined whether or not there's additional changes that need to be made rather than just rolling them back to pre-2019-05. The direction I received was roll them back to prior to that point in time. That's what we've achieved.
Yeah.
And
so you're saying that we can't add magistrate. Rox is right. You're saying we can't add magistrate in there?
I think that to add the magistrate in may run afoul of and require us to potentially re-advertise the ordinance with a slightly modified title. The purpose of advertising is to give the general public proper notice as to what may be considered during the course of the ordinance. And it does say that we're repealing ordinance 2019-05 and amending chapters 14 and 15 as it relates to the powers and duties of the Biscayne Park Code Enforcement Board. That's it.
Okay.
And so far we're within that definition. The special magistrate may take us a little bit out of that.
And let's keep it off.
We got to color inside the lines here tonight. Get this done.
So I won't make those changes, but if after you all take a vote on the amended ordinance 2020-02, if you want to direct staff to down the road come back to you in 2-3 months with a proposed update of the update, we'll do that.
I'm not sure that's necessary, but we could talk about that further down the road. Okay.
Right.
Moving on.
Okay, can we have a motion on that?
So I think that unless Commissioner Kennedy has additional comments, I think I've made all the changes that I've been directed to do so far.
I do. I'll go real quickly here. You ready? This now I have some of these are things that I had inside my head and or came from residents as well, and I want to make sure I sort of speak on their behalf. So there's language in here. I think it's 14.1.5a that the board has a chair, and one of the members thought it would be a good idea to have a chain of succession there, and to also have them elect a vice chair. So they would function with a chair and a vice chair, so they're better able to function at a meeting if someone's not there. I spoke with John about that today, and he indicated that would be a fine, easy change.
If you want, I can put in vice chair.
Chair and vice chair. Does anyone think that's necessary?
I don't have a problem with that.
I have no problem with either way.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we add in vice chair in section one I just said, 14.1.5a, to that the board shall elect a chair and a vice chair.
So it will read, the members of the Code Compliance Board shall elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson from amongst its members.
Okay. Motion?
I made my motion.
1 second, please. I think Vice Mayor is muted.
Second?
Hold on, Mayor. I'm putting Vice Mayor back. Okay,
I'm
Vice
back.
Mayor, you have a voice. So we have a motion for approve with amended.
I made a motion, Will, while you were out, I made a motion that the board elect a chair and a vice chair.
It shall elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson from amongst its members. That's the proposed modification.
Okay, and
Anyone
real quick, 'cause
second
I got kicked out. What happened with the conversation about including the language about special magistrate? So we have it in our back pocket.
There was Vice Mayor. The discussion was that because of the title to the proposed ordinance, some may deem it to be outside the four corners of the contents, and that's something that the commission should look at long term with any other directions or any further direction you may give staff to amend or update this ordinance once it's adopted.
Okay.
We tried, Will. Okay, so I have a motion that the board will elect a chair and a vice chair. Is anyone going to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, Roseanne?
Mayor Hopping,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yep.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes.
Okay, are there
Okay,
any
the
other?
next. Yep, I have a couple more. I'm trying to go really fast here. So 14.1.6, the title is Council, starts with the village attorney. Down towards the bottom, it says, the hearing on the alleged violation shall be automatically continued to the next code board hearing unless by a supermajority vote of the code board members present, the code board elects to hear the case. Why is it necessary to have a supermajority push that through?
What line are you on? What line are you on, Commissioner Kennedy?
I'm on page 3, line 26.
Great.
Okay. I think that as I was writing this, Commissioner Kennedy, I think you need to read the entire sentence, which is, you all directed me, and this is where I put it in, that a property owner has to give notice to the village if he or she or it is going to be represented by counsel, and that's there. And it provides that the violator or property owner should give 72 hours prior notice. If they don't, the meeting gets automatically continued to the next code board hearing. There may be circumstances that we can envision where maybe the majority of the code board says, no, we'll move forward and hear it. It's up to you. If you want, the fail-safe is just simply end that sentence after continue to the next code board hearing, period.
Yeah, it seemed like kind of overkill there to have a supermajority vote to hear the case.
Well, but you understand what we're trying to accomplish, and so
Yes.
a simple majority shouldn't be allowed to say, well, wait a minute, we have a code, we have the section of the code that says you have to give us notice, but we can waive that by simple majority. Either it's not waivable, or it requires a supermajority.
Anybody else have an opinion?
I agree with John.
I'm fine with it the way it's written.
Okay, move on. 14.1.7. Okay, letter F, number 3. So these are the administrative citations, and I have 2 here that I want to talk about. Administrative citations are a separate little group of things that the code officer can just go write a fine for, and it's basically, if you read the language, these are such silly things that we shouldn't even have to worry about. We're just going to let them, at their discretion, handle this on their own and get these things cleaned up faster than flooding the board with these kinds of things. F number 3 reads, parking not on an approved surface where there is an approved parking series parking surface as required by section 5.6.1 of the Land Development Code. These are offenses. What we're saying is, if someone does not, and tell me if I'm wrong here, John, if someone does not have an approved parking surface as required, we require driveways. If someone does not have a driveway, even though they're required to, and they park on their front lawn, they're not subject to a ticket because they don't have a driveway to park on, I guess is the logic. But this is a case where someone does not have a driveway as they're required to, so they park on their lawn. Those people are not subject to an administrative citation. Am I reading that correctly, John?
I think that the way is, if you have a driveway and you're not parking on your driveway, then a citation can be issued. Maybe that's the easiest way to answer that. So you have a driveway, and you decide not to park on your driveway. I don't know. You decide to park your boat there as opposed to your car, and you then park on your grass. Then a citation could be issued to you for a violation of this section.
Okay. Now turn that inside out. Someone does not have an approved parking surface. They don't have one. So they are allowed to park on their grass? That seems really silly to me.
My reading of it is that they don't get a citation for it. They will get a citation for not having a required parking surface. That's different. That's not, doesn't fall into this civil citation. They will get a courtesy notice or a notice of violation that says you must have an approved parking surface.
Well, that's a whole separate issue. But for this administrative citation says, if you have a driveway and you park on your lawn, we're going to ticket you. But it doesn't simply say you can't park on an unapproved surface. If we're going to give administrative citations for people for parking on unapproved surfaces, we should just give them for parking on unapproved surfaces, whether you have a driveway or not. See my point?
I agree with you,
It makes a distinction that it only applies if you have a driveway. It basically says, if you don't have a driveway, go ahead and park on your lawn, and we're not going to ticket you. That's what it says.
I agree with you, Commissioner Kennedy. It shouldn't mention approved driveway.
Yeah, it shouldn't say anything about where there is an approved parking surface. It should simply say parking not on an approved surface.
Right.
Period. I mean, that's the problem, is we don't want people parking in their front lawns. So it doesn't matter if they have a driveway that fits 10 cars and they choose not to use it. You can't park in your front yard. Doesn't matter if you have a driveway, if your swale's developed, if you have a garage. It doesn't matter. You're not allowed to park on your grass. That's all that really matters here. And there's all this like extra language there that if you read it, says you can park on your grass if you don't have a driveway.
Okay. Any other comments on that?
If I think that part of it is the way that the section of the code is written in here is obtuse. Maybe the easier way is parking on an unapproved surface as required by section 5.61 of the Land Development Code.
Well, I'm not sure that section says you can't park on your lawn. I think that says you have to have a driveway, and those are not necessarily the same thing. I think it should just simply say parking on an unapproved surface. It says you can get a violation for the following offense: parking on an unapproved surface, period.
I like that.
We have cars all over lawns in this village, guys. And it's really one of those things that when you drive around makes a community look, just brings it down. It does. Sorry to be that way, but it really does. It looks terrible when cars are parked on front yards. So I think that should be changed simply to say parking on an unapproved surface. It doesn't matter if you have an approved surface or not. And I'll make a motion that we change the language of.
So I just pulled up section 5.6.1. I'm sorry.
So did I.
Yeah.
And go ahead, John.
It states all vehicles must be parked on an approved parking surface. So I think the proper way is parking on an unapproved surface.
Hang on, because
period.
5.6.1 starts with applicability, and it applies to off-street parking. So it applies to parking on private property, not swale parking, not right-of-way parking.
So the easiest thing is say parking on an unapproved surface. Unapproved doesn't matter if it's swale unapproved, if it's your own property unapproved. If it's unapproved, you can't park there. And that would also, by the way, include medians. You can't park on an unapproved surface.
No, I don't necessarily. There may be other sections of the code that say you can't park there, but this is solely to issue citation for someone who is parking on an unapproved surface required by section 5.61 of the Land Development Code.
But it specifically says where there is an approved parking surface. That's the
I understand that, and I think that's where the confusion is, because there's no reference in 5.6.1 of an approved parking surface. It just simply says you are supposed to park on an approved surface.
So what do we do to fix this, John? Because you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. I think that
would not enable you to cite somebody who doesn't have a driveway but parks on their lawn.
No, that's not the issue. Okay, that is not the issue. Don't confuse and conflate the two. It is parking on an unapproved surface that is a violation of section 5.6.1.
So
if you're
what are you
off-street
suggesting is
parking.
the fix here?
I think that it should be parking not on an unapproved surface. Period.
That makes it simple. Parking on, see, the language here is weird because it says parking not on an approved surface.
Correct.
The easier way is parking on an unapproved surface.
Part of the problem is the language. That's.
So it should read parking on an unapproved surface.
I second
That's
that.
simple.
I second. Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion out of that. I make a motion that we change 14.1.7 F3 to read parking on an unapproved surface.
I second that.
Okay, Roseanne, you want to do, Commissioner Tudor, do you have any discussion on this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Samaria, you don't have any
No,
discussion on this,
no, ma'am.
correct?
Mayor Hart,
Okay. Yes.
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cannon, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys. That's a really important change for this community. Moving on, there's an administrative citation that I would like to add to the list, and that would be dogs off leash. We have a problem in this village with people walking their dogs off leash. Sometimes it's not residents, it's people coming into the village who don't live here. I happen to know some of them who do it. They walk past my house a lot. You have to have a dog on a leash, and I think it's something that the code officer and possibly the police in the future, that's going to be a separate thing we talk about with the chief here in a second, that dogs off leash are something that's so basic to our safety. That's not even an aesthetic thing. That's a safety issue. That's something that should be immediately finable through an administrative citation. So I'd like to make a motion that we add number 9, dogs off leash.
Hold on.
Unleash dogs.
Commissioner, before we add that, I want to make sure that there's actually a code section that says that you're supposed to have a leash dog.
Isn't it the county law? Don't?
It's like, yeah, it's a county law, I thought.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, just real quick, the county law basically talks about that when a dog goes off private property, it must be leased at all times.
Mm-hmm. But I don't necessarily disagree with that, but we don't have that in our code.
No.
Our code simply
But I
says.
thought we deferred to county code.
No, unless we have specifically done so. We just actually adopted a memorandum of agreement to enforce certain county regulations within our jurisdiction through an interlocal agreement. I would have to check to see if that's the case, but as it currently is written, it says in section 3-24 of the village code, it shall be unlawful for any responsible party to fail to exercise proper care and control of his dog or dogs to prevent them from becoming a public nuisance. It doesn't say you have to have a dog leashed.
Well, can we put in then section 8 and just have that it is?
No. The whole point is you have to have another section of your code that says it's illegal. You can't, that certainly would be going outside the four corners of the ordinance.
This is simply allowing it to be an administrative citation, a code that already exists.
But it doesn't.
I understand, but my understanding of this was that if we don't have something more restrictive, we use county code, that we could make it more restrictive but not less. So I thought we inherited all the county code in that regard.
No. That's if I maybe had given that impression to any of you all, that is not the case. You have home rule powers. These regulations are yours unless the county says under its county powers, which are bigger than the villages, that when the county adopts a specific ordinance that they want to apply to municipalities, they must state so. And I'm not aware that the leash law applies in the municipalities automatically. You would then have to independently recognize and adopt that. Chief, do you have the MOA that was approved at the last meeting by chance?
No, I don't.
Damn.
It's on the calendar. Someone can pull it up on last last meeting's calendar.
But
I mean, we don't have to sit here and do it now. We don't have time for that now.
Yeah, I apologize because you did mention this previously, Commissioner, and I should have double checked prior to the meeting tonight to make sure that was existing. I thought it,
well, that's really unfortunate, because it seems to me that if we had that code, and it's very bizarre to me that we don't have a leash law. I thought that was everywhere. This is a big missed opportunity to make an administrative citation, but it sounds like we can't do it, so I'm going to move on in the interest of saving time here. John, when you and I talked today, 14.1.8A is an apple. Those two redundant paragraphs, and you said one of the paragraphs was left there by mistake. Was that taken out? I didn't look.
Yeah, that's already been changed.
It's already out. Okay, thank you for that. And there, just so you guys know what I'm talking about, there was a paragraph that was duplicated, and it was not just redundant. They spoke against each other. He fixed it. Okay, I think this is going to be my last thing then. 14.1.7F. It says this is all about the code enforcement officer. John, when you and I spoke earlier today, I asked you if the police can enforce these as well, and you said yes, because they're FACE certified as their lowest level of police certification. Okay,
No.
but I misunderstood.
You misunderstood. If they are FACE,
okay, they're not.
Because we have.
I talked to the chief. Okay.
And the chief agrees with the manager to have one or more of his officers designated as code compliance officers. The existing regulations allow for or defines code compliance officer as whomever is designated as such by the manager.
Understood. Okay, so I talked to the chief after I talked to you, and none of the officers are FACE certified. There have been conversations apparently between David or some manager and the chief about possibly doing that, and that would be a conversation for another day. And just so everybody knows why I brought that up, we have a problem on weekends with when code is not here in the village, and they're not here on the weekends very often. They were this past Saturday just for 3 hours, but typically no one's here on the weekends, and there are lots of people complaining about lots of things that that code would be enforcing, but we have police driving around the village all day, and they could be enforcing it as well if they were FACE certified, but they're not. So if that happens in the future and it's something the chief is looking at, it's something we could move forward with. Okay, that is everything I had in that section. Thank you for allowing me to go through them.
Okay. Are we ready to make a motion to accept?
As amended.
As amended.
I make a motion that we accept 2020-02 as amended during the course of this meeting.
Second that.
Commissioner Ross.
Second.
Okay, voice, roll call, Roseanne, please.
Mayor Hopkins?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Trudeau?
Unfortunately, no, without the special magistrate language.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samari?
Yes.
Motion passed 4-1.
Okay, now we're
Resolution.
doing the 2020-24, the renewal of employee benefits. Do you read that, John? Or
Yeah, hold on. Let me get to the agenda.
the resolution? Yeah.
And need to get to that item. Give me a moment.
Okay, I can read it if you want.
It's your pleasure.
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the renewal of the existing employee health insurance benefits plan between Humana and the Village of Biscayne Park, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Does anybody want to make a motion? I'm looking for motion on that too.
I make a motion to accept resolution 2024 renewal of employees benefit plan via Humana.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second.
For discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Tudor seconded it. Okay, discussion?
Where do we start?
Announce that Maureen Pentland, she belongs to EBS Advisors, and she is present, and I unmute you.
Yeah, if there's any questions, we do have the advisor on the phone here. She's part of the Zoom, so.
Here I am.
I have a couple of things, but I feel like I'm always jumping in first. So if somebody else has things, go for it, or I'll go.
Go
if
ahead,
no one else does.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, so I had a meeting with Maureen last week, and David and Roseanne. It was very informative. Thank you again, Maureen, for conducting that Zoom call. A couple of things I want to talk about. First of all, I would like us to direct the manager to make sure that this topic comes before the commission next year, months and months before it's due. Tonight, we're backed into a corner. We're going to pass this resolution because we have to, or our staff won't have health insurance, and that's not the way this should be working. We should be taking our time. We should be able to do a thorough search, which I trust that Maureen did on our behalf, by the way. But this was thrown at us. This literally showed up in my inbox during the course of our meeting 2 weeks ago. So while we're at a meeting, it shows up on an agenda and shows up in my inbox. That's not the way this is supposed to work, guys. We need more notice than that. We need people working on things in advance. So we make sure we're doing, in this regard, we're doing the best that we can for our employees and the best that we can for the village. One of the things I asked Roseanne and Maureen in my call last week was, outside of traditional health insurance companies, are there other places where a municipality can get insurance? And Roseanne thought no, but Maureen said actually the Florida League of Cities offers a plan. But it's too late for us to consider that plan because we waited until the day it was due to throw it on an agenda. Well, and that's not something that would come through Maureen. Maureen's a broker who goes out and shops companies and brings insurance options to us. And she apparently did, from what I see, she did a great job. But there's another option that we should have considered that could possibly do better for our employees, could possibly save us money. I have no idea because we didn't get a chance to look at it. So whatever else we decide tonight, I think we as a commission need to send a very clear instruction to the administration tonight that this can't happen again, that they need to come to us months in advance, start the process, and do a more thorough search so we know we're getting the best thing for our employees and getting the most bang for our buck. So I hope that's something we could all five agree on tonight, because that's just doing our jobs well. There are two things specifically. Okay, should that turn into a motion or something? So it's official and done deal and we've told them what we want them to do?
If I could mention, weigh in on this, I totally wholeheartedly agree with you, but I will also tell you that discussion occurs probably every 4 years. I can remember commissioners going back 15 years ago and saying, this is unacceptable, that we are faced with this decision where our hands are tied, we have to approve it, and it is unacceptable for staff to bring this to us so late. It happens all the time. I don't know how we can institutionalize a fix for it.
Put it on the calendar every January, a repeating event that shows up on the village clerk's calendar every January. Put it on the January commission meeting, make them address it. And then it's on the commission, not on me.
And I think that
if people actually follow it, but I'll tell you that it happens again and again.
I don't know.
Well, at least 2 of the 5 of us will be on the commission in January. So it'll fall on at least 2 of us.
Would you like to hear a little different perspective on this? Because you're a small group, you cannot get rates in January. The earliest you can get rates in a small group setting, our renewal doesn't even come out until 60 days out. And the rates in the small group market change every quarter. So you can't do what you're asking to do. And so,
well, we can certainly do better than something showing up in our inbox while we're sitting in a commission meeting. We can certainly do better than that.
Oh, certainly, yes. But the process is different in the small group market than it is in the large group market, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, then we need to do the best we can do in the small group market. We need to do the best we can do not apparently the worst we can do. And according to what Rox is telling us, the worst we can do repeatedly again and again and again over the course of decades. So, I mean, really, we have to do better than this. But
I don't know that that could be
I mean,
written in, though. I don't know that it could be written in the resolution, but it certainly should be if we have a calendar. Roseanne, is there
I mean, it's
any
easy
way
enough to do.
to flag something like this every year, like 2 or 3 months in advance?
Where we can work with the EBS advisors to start the process of bidding a little earlier. But as Maureen said, there is a limit that anticipation that she can start to work on it.
Then we need to push it out as far as we possibly can.
And this year, unfortunately, we have the COVID-19 that many companies and service was working like not in a high speed.
Okay, well, okay. This starts to sound like a lot of excuses for things not being done as well as they could. Are they going to be done perfectly? No, but this is about as bad as it could be. It literally showed up in my inbox while I'm sitting in a meeting at which I was supposed to discuss it in some intelligent way. I can't do that. It's enough stuff on an agenda for me to get through to prepare for a meeting. I can't be expected to also field things that arrive in my inbox while I'm sitting in a meeting. Not something this important. These are benefits for our employees. We need to do better than that. And again, I'm assuming Maureen did a fine job here. We're going to have to approve this thing, but this is not how it should be done.
I think for point of clarification, let's allow Maureen to, when did you provide these, when did you provide the information or the quotes to the manager so he can relay this to the commission?
I'll have to go back and look. We met, I guess, a week prior to.
On the week of the week prior to the meeting.
The information we provided the following week, I believe. So as probably as early as we could have gotten it to them, but I'll have to go back and look at the dates. I'm not prepared to.
Are we talking May?
I'm happy to get them for you if you'd like to see them.
I just want to make sure, since I'm sitting in an acting role and I want clarification for transparency purpose, are we talking April or we're talking May?
May.
So the information.
When we met the first time.
No, where at the point where you were able to substantiate the quotes and the information the manager needed to provide to the commissioners. When did this information? When were you able to gather this information? April? Or May?
I'll have to go back and look at my records. I'm not prepared to be, giving you all the dates, but I have to go back. You want me to start looking now or?
No. It's just,
we need to get this resolution done.
Yeah, it's just to clarify.
I'd be happy to provide you all the dates that I have and when I provided the information and when the bids went out. But it's a very short period of time because it's a 20 life group. It's not a typical where you could start months in advance. That's what I'm trying to explain, but I'll be happy to provide you all the dates and when things were done for the bid process. When we met.
Maybe we should now, maybe Maureen, you could soon, like as soon as we get this done, maybe you could propose next year, this is what our plan will be. So we give you guys the maximum time. If you're telling us, in advance that it's a challenge because of the size of our group, tell us now for next year so we can calendar it and be prepared. But the bottom line is that no organization should be backed into the corner that we find ourselves in to make a decision based on information that just lands on our laps. I have two things I want to say about the proposal that we're looking at tonight that I'm assuming we're going to pass. And Maureen, I'm going to ask you to step in here and further clarify because these are things that you and I discussed.
Sure.
I think there are actually three things. Number one, there were some staff numbers that were provided to you that made the numbers off. Did those numbers get corrected for you so you could correct them on what we're going to approve tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was regarding the number of employees that we have that have insurance, that are single filers and some other things, but the numbers were off, partly because Maureen was not aware. Our police department has a union contract that requires us to not charge them a premium. Is that correct, Maureen?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
Not-
Yeah, so, and Maureen knew that, but apparently Maureen has not known for the past number of years that our public works employees contract requires the same thing. And she was not including them in that group. So our numbers were off in terms of what we're collecting from employees. So it changes some of the numbers that she had on there. There are two things that I want to discuss. One is the fact that we have every member of the police force and every member of public works who is on our insurance as a single person, meaning no family members, no spouse on with them. They pay no premium. The only people who pay a premium are rec center employees and the office staff, and they pay $10 a pay period. Now, in the world I come from, in private industry, $10, oh my God, I'd be the happiest guy in the world. I pay hundreds of dollars every pay period as a single person to have health insurance. So it's a pretty sweet deal, but the bottom line is that we have a very small handful of employees that are paying this money and the rest of them aren't because they have a contract with their union. It somehow seems kind of unfair to me that there's a small group of employees, even though it's a tiny amount of money they have to pay. That's because we're a municipality and that's how it works in government. But it just seems really kind of somehow unfair to me that these office staff people have to pay the premium and no one from public works or the police department do because they have these contracts that require us to not do it. If there was a way, and it would come to, look, it's 7 staffers, $10 a pay period, $70 a pay period. When you roll it out across the year, it's $1,800 that it would cost us to let that small handful of people, 7 employees, not have to pay that premium. It's a very small thing, but it's something that I think this village should consider absorbing, and that would be the group of us. So I'd like us to discuss that. The other thing is we have a problem on the spreadsheet that Maureen brought to my attention, and that is that the village is not contributing the correct amount for every employee that has insurance. We have people who are single people, single plus spouse, dependents, and family plan people. And the village's, the amount that the village pays for each of those people should be the same, correct, Maureen?
That's correct.
And it's not. We have people that are underpaying, that we are overpaying significantly, meaning they have reaped the benefit of the village paying more of their insurance than we should be. And apparently it's a clerical error that goes back, and the commission a year ago was advised of this and decided not to make the correction because they thought it would be a terrible thing to do to staff to make them, pay more. It's not making them pay more for their insurance, it's making them pay the correct amount for their insurance that they should be paying. And it's simply that the village, we got our numbers wrong. And we are over contributing for some employees. We're under contributing for some other employees, but this is an issue we just need to get straightened out. And I guess the real solution is just tell Maureen to fix it, which means some employees would pay a little bit less and other employees would pay more. And I think this is a detail that Maureen and Roseanne, you were going to confirm with me. It really comes down to one employee that's underpaying significantly. Is that correct? We only have one in that category that we're significantly overpaying.
That's correct.
Yeah. So those are my two things. And it's costing us, by the way, about $2,500 a year. This clerical error, however it happened, it's costing the village $2,500 a year because it's a mistake we made and we never fixed it. That's one thing I think we need to discuss. And the other thing is consider waiving the premium for all employees if we're going to do it for the 2 largest departments, and that being the police force, #1, and public works, #2. Those are my comments, and you guys can discuss any of that or say no and just move on to the ordinance.
Commissioner Ross?
Yeah, so I believe that the way that I think that we should have parity, that everybody should reap the same benefit. It's across the board. I believe that at some point insurance premiums went exponentially up, and the commission at that time decided,
Yeah, they do.
We have to may take this first step, and then when we negotiate those contracts, those collective bargaining agreements, we'll have to tackle those, you know, and chip away so that other employees contributed, and then they just never got around to it. So I agree with you. Everybody should be getting the same, not paying in. If that's what we're going to do, and we have to do it because of the contracts, then we need to do the same thing for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with, I did see that there were some premiums where the village was over contributing. I'm not sure how that happened. If you say it's a clerical error.
I can explain it if you like. Would you like me to explain it?
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
What happened is we were with AvMed, and AvMed charges, instead of a tier structure where they take every single person that is enrolled, they multiply that. So if you have a single rate, let's say they'll take $718 as a single rate. If you have 5 people in the family, they take $718 and multiply it by 5, and that's your family rate. That's not how all the other carriers do it. So if you have 3 children, E plus 3 children, they take the single rate, they multiply it by 3. So the contribution is created based on that tier structure. In 2019, we moved to Humana, and it was decided to keep the payroll deductions the same. So they kept the payroll deductions the same, 2015, 2016, 2017. So they're keeping the payroll deductions the same. And then we went and changed a health insurance carrier. So the unintended consequence was that the tier for the employer contribution got all messed up because we went back to the old way of the tier structure being how Blue Cross does it, how Humana does it, how UHC does it, how NHP does it. So AvMed is just a little quirky. So that skewed the employer contribution because we backed in the employer contribution, we backed into that amount instead of using our typical percentage contribution. So
So when we changed the company, we didn't, when we changed to AvMed, we didn't, or away from AvMed, we didn't adjust back properly.
Well, in 2019, we didn't adjust properly because the employer wanted to keep the payroll deductions the same. And in return, by doing that, which by the way, you all have been absorbing increases for a while now and keeping payroll deductions the same. So it's not a terrible thing to do to maintain payroll deductions because employees are happy. But in this particular instance, there was the unintended consequence of the tiers getting skewed. So we pointed that out. We're pointing it out again. The initial was, well, we'll just keep payroll deductions the same. But I suggested to Commissioner Kennedy, it might be a good idea for us to straighten this out at this point. Now, you could have continued to keep payroll deductions the same and your employees would be thrilled. I mean, those would be the same payroll deductions you had from back in 2017. So that's actually a nice positive thing to do. But the negative part was when we changed carriers and the tiers got messed up. So it isn't as terrible as it sounds because the village has been really very generous over the years in absorbing increases and passing on payroll deductions year in and year out,
right,
despite what the rates have been. But at this point, because last year we know, you can see the differences in what employee spouse is getting compared to family, it's probably a good idea to bring that back into your old way of doing things.
Well, how
So
do we
Maureen,
fix
you're
it?
saying they had the benefit of this for the past number of years.
No, exactly. They have been benefiting.
Yeah.
But
they have been benefiting for several years.
When awry though was last year, really. That was when things got skewed because of the carrier change. We went from AvMed to Humana to
Understood. Understood. Well, look, my company reassesses our health insurance. I have nothing to do with it. But every year they come to us and say, here's what we're going to do. And we have options. And I can't remember a year that my contribution didn't go up, and it's significant. And that's how it is. we do really well by our staff with health insurance, really, really well. And some people have been benefiting a little bit extra, right, Maureen? So there are some people that have been benefiting.
Yeah, last year.
Last year, yeah. And it was kind of significant. One person in particular.
Yes, but again, if you go back to the previous carrier, those payroll deductions were fine until the tiers changed. That's all I'm saying, that that was a fair, that was a fair payroll deduction from 2015, 2016, you know, and now it's looks unfair, but those payroll deductions have been the same for some time.
Exactly.
But now, yes,
I wish you could share your screen and show that portion of the spreadsheet so they could see how uneven the employer, our contribution is across these different categories and how many people we're talking about, because it was kind of startling how significant it was.
It's been disabled. Screens, the share has been disabled. Do y'all have a copy of it? And I can give it.
Because of the nature of this meeting, it's,
can you just take a look?
It's not in the backup, is it, Roseanne?
no, I don't have it here on the backup, no.
Well, do you have?
It's not in the backup.
Is that something we should do tonight, or should we
yes.
put this on the next agenda, that we straighten this out?
We have to.
Do you know how to open the share screen just for you, or open temporarily to everyone?
Actually, wait a minute, Maureen, we do have it. It is in the backup.
Yeah, we have.
Maureen, it's in the backup.
Yes, it's on the backup. I
Contribution.
want to know how to share on the.
Look at page 3 in the backup.
Yes. It's in the backup, page 3. That's it. Humana Renewal 2020, maintain payroll deductions. Is that the correct one?
That's correct.
Yeah, so for a single employee, our contribution per payroll is $798. And for a single plus spouse, it's $1,040. And for a single with 2 dependents, it's $618. And for a family, it's $845. All those numbers should be the same.
And if you look at page 4, voila, we make the change.
There it is.
Go back to the old way.
Yep, and it saves us, what was it, Maureen, 2,500 bucks?
I think it's like 1,200. It's a difference between 176 and 180.
2,500.
Oh, it is 25 because we changed the tiers. You're right. It was 1,500 or 1,200.
Yeah, because those employee counts were off as well.
Correct. That's right.
So how do we fix this?
It's fixed on page 4.
Pretty fixed.
We just have to adopt page 4 and say that's what we're going to do. But what we're saying is, if we do that, we're recognizing that we're correcting our contribution, and it's all completely fair. We're not, doing anything bad to anybody. We're correcting an error that last year they benefited from. So they benefited for the past year, and now we're going to correct it. So they still get the benefit of the past year. Now they're just going to pay what they should be paying based on what we're paying, which we're fixing.
And will they have an opportunity to decide whether they want to accept that premium or maybe find their family coverage somewhere else?
Yes, we're going to have open enrollment.
Okay.
That's the time.
And if some of these people chose not to do it, would it affect our plan? If our numbers dropped?
Not with Humana.
Okay.
If we change carriers, yes, but with Humana, these are firm rates.
Like everybody's at home.
So the resolution itself, I think, needs to be changed to reflect what I think I hear us agreeing.
I agree.
And at the same time, let's assume that we decide that we're saving $2,500. Do we want to take the opportunity of waiving the premium, the $10 premium for the other remaining admin employees, so they're not paying just like the Public Works and Police Department are?
Yeah, I would agree.
I think so. I think we should waive that. They should all be the equal. Commissioner Tudor, do you have any ideas on this?
No, that sounds fine.
For singles. That's for singles. Let's make sure everyone's clear, right, Maureen? That $10 issue is only for people who are single,
Right, so now
claiming
you-
single.
the employer contribution will be $819.86 for every tier instead of the $798.
If you look on
Maureen,
page 4,
Maureen, we went from 178 to 205, correct?
I'm sorry?
We went from 178 from last year to 205.
180.
No, it's 205, 126.
178.
It's about 16% increase we're looking at.
Oh, 14.2.
We're looking at 14% increase.
Okay. All right.
But if everybody looks at page 4, you can see where that $10 employee contribution of $10, that $10 biweekly, you can see it there, and it's only 7 employees. So, Maureen, if I'm correct, page 4 would be, this would not exactly be what we'd be taught. If we did both things that I'm not suggesting, I'm just bringing them both up. Even page 4 is not correct because it still shows those 7 people paying $10 each.
Right. So
that would
the
be
correct
reversed out.
Yeah, the correct calculation would be $819.86 multiplied by the 22 people instead of 798 and 819. So it's just an adjustment which I could do kind of quickly on a spreadsheet here.
So what would it be? Because we're looking at 205, 126 total premium for 2020. If we adopt this with the corrected employer contribution, what would it be? It would be a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
No, a little bit more than that. Maybe a little bit more than that because we already corrected the contribution here.
Let's see if a poll is still on.
196, and I think we've got what, 21 people here? 7 and 11.
I think it's 18, isn't it?
18, yep.
18.
It's going to take me a little bit to do that. Let's see. Yep, no, I got it. So it's going to be $177,111.
What's the total health for the year at the bottom?
The total bill?
Yep. That's what we're looking at to see what the
build. I just did the employer portion.
Correct.
The build will take a little longer to do. By each year, by each rate.
Maureen, I open you can share your screen if you want.
I don't think we need that now, do we?
Maureen, give me that amount you just calculated, please.
Employer portion is $107,111.36. The employer portion
I'm not hearing you. You're breaking up. You're muffled or something.
Repeat that number, please, Maureen.
$177,111.36. Can you hear
Did
me?
you get that, Commissioner Kennedy?
177, 111.36.
No, I thought it was 127.
No.
111.
So it's a difference of,
That's not right.
it's $819 times 18.
819 times 18.
Right, so we're talking the employer portion only. Right?
Mayor?
I wanted to see the total down at the bottom. Right now we're looking at a total bill of $205,000, 205,126.
Okay, I thought
If we correct all the employer.
okay, I thought we were focusing on the employer or portion? You want the total billed amount?
Yeah, because that's what we have to approve.
Okay, well, it's gonna take me a few minutes. Just hang in there.
Because right now we're looking at $205,126. That's when the employer contribution was corrected. Now we need to also correct that biweekly contribution from the employee for the singles to make it 0, like the police and public works, and then we can see our total. That's what we have to see what we're going to pay. That's what our increase of 14% is based on.
Mayor, I need to step away for a
The employer
second.
portion is what you're concerned about, though. That's the portion that you pay.
Yep.
The entire premium is going to be the same. It's just that
The total, yeah, the total billed.
Oh,
share.
I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. Okay, Rox, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's just our portion.
Right.
So you said it's going to be what was that number again? 177?
111, 46.
And 36 or something like that. It's going to be $177,000, and we're looking at 176.5 here. So it's less than $1,000.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm totally fine with that. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm completely fine with our bill going up by $1,000 and we make those 2 corrections. We get the employer contribution corrected and people can opt to come in or not. And we also get those other 7 people, those other 7 singles to not pay, like the rest of the staff.
I agree with that. I agree. Commissioner Tuda has left, so we have to wait a few minutes for him to come
Yeah,
back.
he said he'd be right back. Rox, what are your feelings on that?
I think that we should have parity. Every one of our employees should have the same benefits, the same benefit package. There's going to need to be a change in the resolution at section 2 because it says the renewal of the village employees health insurance plan provider is hereby approved. And then it talks about no increase in the employee financial contribution. So we want to strike that second sentence out.
John here? Where's John?
Here.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there you are. He's a black box.
I stood up for a moment, so I disabled the video. But hold on. If that's the council's direction, we'll make the change and submit the updated resolution for signature by the mayor.
And we can vote on that tonight, and you and Ginny could take care of that after the fact, and we could still be done with it tonight.
Absolutely. The vote would be to approve the resolution as amended. As long as you state the amendment.
Do you have a
I'm going to let
motion?
Rox take a swing at that.
Yeah, I am, because there's a whereas clause that says the cost of the village is 14.11, but that's gonna change. So, you know, I don't think we should take time to compute it right now. I trust John and Maura to work it out, what that number is, if we even have to put it in there. But the changes that we've talked about from what was presented in this resolution is, number 1, the village is going to cover the same amount of, is going to cover the premium of the employee, and any other dependents will be on the employee's contribution. And that all employees, no employee is going to have to pay in for the employees benefit.
No single.
No single, yeah.
Yeah.
No single. That's the important thing.
Okay. And Maureen, can you advise on the language for the employees and family that is?
The language would be that the employer pays 100% of single, and then the employee pays the balance of the dependent coverage.
Okay.
In other words, you're getting the same, you're going to get the same dollar amount attributed to single employee plus spouse, employee plus children and family. So the employee will pay the balance of that. So you're getting, maybe better said, the employer will pay 100% of single coverage. That's probably about the easiest way to put it.
So with those two changes, I make a motion that we approve resolution 2020-24.
If I may, so as I understand it, what I'm proposing is that the two changes would be in the whereas, that's the next to last whereas clause in the resolution, which states, whereas the renewal of the existing employee health insurance benefits plans will have little to no disruption with the network of doctors, comma, and no change to the payroll deductions. What I would propose is we would strike the language after the comma and no changes to payroll deductions. And do the same thing in section 2, the body of the resolution, and strike the resolution, strike the second sentence of that renewal. Said renewal will maintain the existing level of benefits. And leave it at that period.
Yeah.
And I just have one question. We state in the whereas clause, in one of the whereas clause, that the increase in the village cost is 14.11. Is that the correct number?
No.
That will change.
Okay, so that will change as well.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 changes to the resolution that's been moved. The fourth whereas clause will put in the correct cost to the village. We'll modify the next one after that to delete the and no change to the payroll deduction. And then in section 2 of the resolution, it will say said renewal will maintain the existing levels of benefits, period.
I second it.
Commissioner Samaria seconded the motion. Okay, now that, any comments?
No.
I'm sorry, we had before the motion from Commissioner Samaria and the second from Vice Mayor.
No, the motion was made by Commissioner Ross and seconded by Commissioner Samaria.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Well, just for clarification, we actually had a motion when we started the discussion so long ago.
Oh, right.
I guess my motion is to accept the amendments we just discussed.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria, you change your second?
Yes,
Okay.
second.
This is not applicable now.
Roseanne, you want to do a roll call?
Okay. Mayor Halpin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
What are you
Yes.
saying that
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
Motion pass 5-0.
Before we pass on this, I'd like to make another motion that we instruct the manager to have the topic of employee health insurance added to the January 2021 meeting. So at least the topic is on there to start the discussion. We've got to get it on everybody's radar earlier next year, so at least it's active and alive, and we make the best thing we can have happen as early on as we can, and we can explore every option available to us, including the Florida League of Cities plan, which Maureen cannot quote on for us because she quotes on private insurance. So that would be something we would have to do outside of the service that Maureen provides for us. Is that correct, Maureen?
Yes, and one more thing on that. The Florida League, because we got a bid from UHC already, they wouldn't have bid on that. I don't know if that's important to you or not, but if we go, because they use UHC, United Healthcare, that's their carrier. But if we go ahead and get a quote from United Healthcare, they won't quote on it.
So we have to go to the Florida League first and get a quote from them before.
Right, and I think, Roseanne, did you say that they work with the small group market?
Yeah, they do work with the small group.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's
Okay.
But I think it's important that we realize this, that even if we get a quote from the Florida League of Cities, it's incumbent upon us, the administration, to go back and compare those rates with the private market. And those numbers,
Of course.
to a later date. Is that correct, Marie?
Yes.
Of course.
I just wanted to let you know, if I get the quote from UHC, they can't quote on it. So
They
this
won't
year
quote.
that ship is sealed. Just, you know, in case
Regardless of who's sitting in this chair and when, I just want to have realistic expectations. I think administrations begin these conversations. I think that the issue comes with the quoting process. So when they can finally bring these quotes up to commission, is when you have the best quotes available. Correct, Maureen?
Yeah, we show all the bids. We compare all the bids and bring them to, because we quote it out every year. Because it's a small group, there's really no negotiating. So we look at everything on an annual basis.
So by January, we don't have any bids yet, no?
You can't get bids in January.
We have to wait 60
What I'm
days
saying
out.
is, right, but what I'm saying is put it on the January agenda so it's on the commission's radar. So the conversation starts, it's alive, and they keep, whoever's on the commission then is pushing it forward. If you don't get it on a calendar, guys, I promise you, whether I'm a commissioner or a resident this time next year, I'll be watching this exact same conversation take place. We can't be backed into a corner like this. This is not cool. So all I'm saying is get it on the calendar. Let's instruct the manager to get it on the calendar so the topic is alive. Just get it out there and remind us of all these facts. 60 days for small groups bids. Florida League of Cities has to quote first, or Humana won't quote. Remind us of those things and reference this meeting and re-educate us on this topic, because we'll all have forgotten, or whoever's here will be hearing it for the first time, but we've got to get started on it earlier. That's all I'm suggesting. I made a motion to that effect. Does anyone want to second it? We can pass it or move on. I'm just saying, put it on a calendar. Put it on the calendar.
I second, put it on the calendar.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I have no problem putting it on the calendar. I just want to know, make sure we put it on the calendar at the appropriate time. I don't know if January's too early. I don't know if, I mean, Maureen probably would know if March is a better time. You know, what would be the better?
We can discuss it in March. You're not going to have any rates in March, though. We can talk about it, but there's really not much activity that will be going on.
Yep.
Are we going to change that, Commissioner Kennedy?
I'll change it to February. The point is, get it on the calendar early. The commission could always, look, we never finish a meeting anyway. They'll push it forward to the next meeting and hopefully get to it. But if you put it on when it's due, that the same thing is going to happen next year. And quite frankly, this conversation has gone on too long. If nobody wants to try to organize us in advance, just move on.
Okay.
No motion? Right.
You're going to do a roll call, Roseanne?
So the motion is to bring in the health insurance discussion in January, okay?
Yep. And remind us of these details that we discussed tonight.
Okay. Roll call? Mayor Huff?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kudo?
No.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samari?
Yes.
Man, that's a lot of sweat to get an item put on a calendar. Good grief. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you very much. And thank you again for last week's lesson on insurance. I really appreciate all of that.
He's going to become an insurance broker next, right?
No,
Commissioner
he's
Kennedy?
No, he's not. Trust me, he's not.
Okay, we're going
Ask a lot of
to
questions.
old business.
Hello?
Yeah. Whatever's item that is, 8A. It's Matt Kennedy's
I'm
commission.
sorry, Mayor, I'm sorry. You're muted.
I think the discussion was that the CITT matter would now be moved up.
Hold on,
No,
Mayor.
no.
Trying to-
No, it was not.
No, we moved it to the top of new business.
That's right. I'm
But if
sorry.
you want to
I
do it now,
apologize.
No. If you
no.
want to do it now, put it there. I'm afraid we're not going to get to it. We have 4 big items here, and then it's going to be 11
I understand,
o'clock.
but we still have to dispose of old business first.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
Am I up?
you're up, Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay. So village attorney recruitment. So you all read the background. I'm not going to bore you with all that again, but the bottom line is that John Herron very graciously accepted our invitation to fill in on an interim basis. He knew that when he accepted the job. I have to say that bringing this topic up again and continuing to push to make this happen has nothing to do with my opinion about the job he's doing for us. It's simply the fact that it's required by the charter that we hire an attorney. We didn't hire an attorney. We hired an interim attorney to fill in when we canceled the contract from the previous folks who had already, found the exit on their own. So my intention tonight was to discuss the process that we went through before and to instruct David to have a conversation about the details and then instruct David to come back in 2 weeks with an actual plan for us to approve. But with him not being here, I'm not sure exactly how we would do that now. But I would like to have a conversation with I'd like everyone's input on the process as it played out last time. There are some things that I think we should change about it, some additions that we could make to the duties and functions, minor stuff really, some little tweaks here and there. I think that I asked John to provide me the packages from other municipalities, and he came up with Pembroke Park and what's the other one? What is it? I forget what it is now. Wherever it is, over in Lee County somewhere. And I think some of those are more extensive than we need, quite frankly. But there are a couple of things that I would like to have included in our search criteria, and then to finalize a schedule of how this would look. I think we can get this done by August with a schedule that I would propose, but certainly we can get it done by September. And it would all really be based on, other things that we're working on and how many applicants we get and all that kind of good stuff. So someone's making a lot of noise in the background. I'm having a hard time hearing. Is anyone else hearing that noise?
Okay, it was probably Chief. I just muted.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let you guys go first.
I think that it's your item, Mac, and if you want to give us a roadmap that we can follow, otherwise it's going to be a circular discussion that's going to take a lot longer than it needs.
Okay, very good. I was trying to be gracious. A couple of small things I think we should add, and I'm looking at the one that we used from last time from what year was it? So I don't have it pulled up here, 2016, whatever it was. 2018?
Yes.
2018. It says in there that the village attorney attends commission meetings. I think it needs to also say attend the 2 quasi-judicial boards, planning and zoning and code compliance as needed, not that and other meetings and functions as requested by the commission. So it's clear that all of that is included in the job. We had some issues with the previous attorney going to meetings that weren't necessarily agreed upon by the commission. Yeah, so I think we need to be very clear that mandatory attendance at the commission meetings, and it could be more than the 11 that are on the schedule. Certainly all commission meetings, P&Z and code compliance as needed, and other meetings and events as instructed by the commission, all for the same package price. I would like to also add something along the lines of perform professional duties and functions as may be required by the charter, ordinance, and resolution, or by the commission. So it's just adding or by the commission there at the end of that sentence in the professional duties and functions section. It's just a catch-all. Every employee that works for me in their job description, at the bottom it says, other duties as assigned. I put it at the bottom of every job description, so it's basically a way for me to say, oh, you have to do that too. So it's basically the other duties as assigned addition to the bottom of the duties and functions. I think we need some more clear language perhaps on how things are billed, so we don't find ourselves in the position of reviewing bills the way we are right now. I talked to John about this, and I know he has to be careful how he sort of interjects his opinion on some things here in case he applies for the job. But I think we need some clarity there that I would ask for some guidance on about not allowing multiple tasks to be put in one block bill, that all tasks have to be completely separated. I received a really interesting email from a village resident who I've never met. We've communicated by email quite a bit. She seems like a really nice person, and it turns out she has some legal background. She's retired, and she sent me some really good information about how legal bills should be presented, so you aren't in the position of what we're going to be looking at with the Gray Robinson bills here later on tonight. But she definitely said, make sure that you do not allow multiple tasks on one block billing, that everything has to be separate, all tasks separated by topic, so you aren't seeing things mixed together. I had a conversation with John about that today, and he also, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he agreed with that as well. And I think we also need to review billing standards thoroughly during the recruitment, during the interview process. So I think that's something we need to write into the requirements of the job, but also that's something that we're going to want to dig into with anybody that we interview for this job, so we make that not just clear in this RFP, but also, if that's what it's even called, but also when we interview these people and make sure we are abundantly clear with them and tie up those loose ends. Here's a schedule that I think we could make work. If we approved this tonight, that's an if, we approve this tonight, this schedule I think would work. If we don't get this done until June 2nd, which is 2 weeks from now, everything will be pushed back a couple of weeks and we'd still get it done before the end of summer. But if we instructed the manager and the clerk to get this out wherever these things are posted, and I'll allow them to fill the blanks in there, we could get that out tomorrow. The deadline for questions would be June 1st. That gives them 2 weeks to get their questions in about the position. And by the way, I picked this up from Pembroke Park. That's a section from Pembroke Park. I liked it a lot, the way they scheduled out this whole process. So release it tomorrow. I'm sorry, someone have a question?
Yeah, I was saying, I don't see any of that in my backup. The only thing I got in my backup is the Pembroke Pines and the North Miami.
Not Pembroke Pines, Commissioner, Pembroke Park.
Right, Pembroke Park.
Yeah, Pembroke
I'm sorry,
Park.
maybe I misspoke.
I don't see any of
so
the.
We released this.
I don't see any of the proposals of what we're recommending in our application. I don't have that in my backup.
That's what I'm going over. That's what I'm going over right now. So release it tomorrow. Question deadline June 1st. Proposals due by the 17th, which is basically a month from now. All the applications are sent to the commission on the 19th, 2 days later. So we get all the applications. And we have from the 20th of June until July 6th to all review on our own. And I suppose at that point we could also be talking to if we're allowed to, this is something I need clarification on. During that period, would we be allowed to talk to the candidates on our own? Are we allowed to do that? And then at the July 7th commission meeting, we would discuss all the applications. It's possible that we would award a contract that night. Possible. I don't know how likely that is. But then we could hold special meetings for interviews if we decided to conduct interviews. I'm not sure they're mandatory. We could do that the second half of July, the 8th to the 31st. So on Tuesday, August 4th at the commission meeting, we would be ready to offer the position to somebody. So it would start immediately and hopefully end by the Tuesday, August 4th commission meeting.
Commissioner Ross? I can't hear you.
You're muted, Rock.
Sorry.
There you are.
The first thing I think I mean, Pembroke Park looks like they had a really good process in place, but I caution you not to call it an RFP, not to call it a request for proposal, because that restricts, according to statute, what you're allowed to, the interchange you can have. When you call it an RFP, you are taking in bids, and you cannot, you have to give all of your bidders the same level of contact to say, you know, you
Okay,
have,
good.
you wouldn't be able to call someone and say, have a conversation with them while that process is open. You
So
would
what do
have
we
to
call it?
call it a
Application?
Job application?
call it an a solicitation, or a solicitation for letters of interest.
Let me interrupt here. You can call it whatever you want. However, because going back to a prior conversation that we had on another issue, Miami-Dade County, the county commission has in fact adopted a countywide regulations regarding ethics and procurement and things of that nature. And one of those requirements that you have to follow is what's called the code of silence. So unless specifically provided for and authorized within the document that you issue, the applicants would not have the ability to contact you at their pleasure or at your pleasure outside of a formal process or part of the formal process. That in fact would be a violation of the code of silence and would subject the selection process to being thrown out if someone were to challenge it.
You're saying if we noted that in the package, though, we could?
If you provide for it and there's a specific process to be followed where individual meetings are scheduled and allowed, or interviews, whatever you decide to call them. But if you do not if you do not provide for that in the actual document, then you're not going to be able to have any contact with the proposers until you're ready to make a decision.
If we
So
call it a
could that be
request
something as?
If we call it a request for proposal. If we
No,
just
no, not the code of silence applies for any procurement under the county's regulations that are imposed on municipalities. Again, within the document, if you provide for interviews in a structured format, then that would be, but you can't call out or call someone and say, hey, you know, I'd like to get together with you if it's not provided for within the solicitation document.
Okay, so could it say this? Could it say in this date range that commissioners may choose to call you in this date range to have a conversation with you on the phone?
Yeah, or alternatively that there will be individual interviews because
there will be, okay, phone interviews.
Whatever.
Okay, so as long as we say in this date range, commissioners will be reviewing applications and conducting phone interviews, then they've been made aware and the cone of silence doesn't apply.
No, the cone of silence wouldn't apply there. My point is to provide very specifically that at this time during these days, all commissioners will have phone interviews. Not that one or two or whoever may want to contact, but that you have and everyone have the opportunity to meet with and interview those individuals. Otherwise, one commissioner may be at a disadvantage of not having spoken to them individually.
Understood. Okay, so then, so we could do it. We just have to dictate it.
It has to be structured. Let me put it that way.
It has to be structured. Okay.
And
okay.
Does anybody want to make a motion on that? On the village attorney recruitment?
Well, I'd like to hear some input from Dan and Will and anything else Rox has to say. I've not hired an attorney before in this capacity, so and some of you have gone through this process before, so you've lived it. Will, Dan, and Rox certainly have. So
shouldn't we make a motion and second it so then we can discuss it? John?
It will of the commission, and normally someone would make yes. The normal procedure would be someone would make a motion. There would be a second, and then there would be discussion. There would be a vote.
Okay, this is yours, Commissioner
Okay.
Kennedy. Would you like to make
So
a
I will
motion?
make a motion.
Make a motion to have a discussion.
Okay, is there a second to that then?
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion. Who would like to start the discussion?
I want to understand, okay, what we're doing tonight is for the application for the attorney. If I don't have it in my background, I don't know what the qualifications are going to be for the attorney. Is that going to be discussed later on, or is that supposed to have been discussed tonight? Because I don't have anything here that shows that.
Well, in the backup was I'm going to call it an RFP, and I guess I'm not supposed to. I thought it was called an RFP. I thought I read that somewhere, actually. From the last time you guys did it, Dan. And all I'm saying is we make some.
I don't have that in my backup.
It's in the backup.
Right, not in my backup.
You don't have
It's not in my backup.
Commissioner Samara?
What?
8A?
All I got in my backup is North Miami Beach and Pembroke. That's it. There's no other stuff on it.
Yes. That's all, everybody has it.
It should be right after Commissioner Kennedy's memo.
Yep.
It's the cover letter, it's the procedure from last time, and then the other two cities.
Yes, after the memo comes the announcement of the last
Okay, so it's basically a 2-page thing, is what you're telling me. Because that's all I got. I got a 2-page, and then I got the town of Pembroke Park. That's all I got in my backup.
Dan, hold up what you're looking at. That's it.
That's right.
Is that my cover memo, or is that the description? Does it say duties and?
No, it's
your memo.
It's the description for the last process.
Your memo, right here. That's your memo. Then I got this. That doesn't tell me the job description of what the attorney's going to be.
And after Pembroke Park, we have Fort
North Miami Beach, yes.
Fort Myers Beach first.
Right. That's what we have.
And then North Miami Beach.
Yes. So that's
the complete package.
Yeah, but you're telling me that that's going to be the qualifications for our attorney? I thought we were discussing what the qualifications are going to be, what we want in an attorney.
Right, Dan, what you're looking at is what you guys used in 2018. And all I'm saying is use that as a starting point with a couple of minor changes and adding a calendar in of how we'll handle the process.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have what you have that we've done in 2018. I just told you all the stuff that I have in my back.
You just held it up, I thought.
No.
It has the village logo in the top left corner. It says the Village of Biscayne Park announces
That's right,
recruitment for the following position.
So you're telling me it's a 2-page thing? Is all the job qualifications?
That's it. You have it. That's it. It has job requirements right there.
Yeah. Okay.
It has everything listed.
Commissioner.
And I suggested a couple of small changes, additions.
And the others are the cities and how they did it, what their requirements were.
Yeah. And specifically, I like the schedule from Pembroke Park, and I'm suggesting that we use something like that.
So can I comment on it now? Yeah.
Discussion, yes. Commissioner Ross, go ahead.
Thank you. So I believe the job requirements that are specified in what was done in 2018 are pretty much mirror what is in the charter under the village attorney and the village attorney duties. Some of that is incorporated in here. I agree if you want to make a couple of tweaks, that's fine with me. When you talked about billing practices, I'm not sure. I think that needs to be more once the selection is made in the retainer agreement with the firm or the attorney. They generally have like a form letter, but you can have your input. We can have our input on how that billing will be, and certainly block billing should not be permitted anywhere because we're a public entity. So we don't want to have that opaque sense with our billing. I was fine with the.
So you're saying that the billing thing does not need to be added to this. In other words, that is after we select somebody, we handle that with them directly.
Right. Right.
Is that is that something that would then make someone change their mind?
I think billing is pretty standard, and I think that attorneys who are trying to cover up their billing, there's like a definite problem with them. No one is going to tell you, oh yes, it's our practice to block bill. Nobody's going to tell you that.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying this is something best handled later. Okay.
Right. And again, what we did last time was this basically a solicitation. It's called announces recruitment for the following position, village attorney. I just don't want to be stuck in a situation where I read a resume or a packet from a firm or an attorney, and then I am prohibited from picking up the phone and talking to somebody there, because that's part of my, the way I assess and process is to have phone conversations with people. So
right, that's why I included that in there. But John's saying as long as we add that to the schedule and say that phone interviews will be conducted, but if I understood, each of us would then be required to conduct that with every applicant. Is that correct, John?
That generally is how it's done. If you are going to have interviews, everyone has the opportunity, and the applicants know, and it's set up in advance, so they make themselves available.
Yeah.
It's that there's the whole point of this is that there's a procedure, and both parties know what that procedure is, so no one is going outside what the procedure is.
So if we set a procedure that says we're going to accept applications, and we'll have the calendar out, and when we review those maybe 15 applications that we get, we may not interview 15 people. Maybe we will come together and select a handful to
short list.
Closer at. Yeah, a short list. And then, so everyone on that short list, if it's 3, hopefully it's not more than 3, they will have the opportunity they will have access to all of the commissioners evenly.
Gotcha. So unfortunately, yeah, that's unfortunate, because I really assumed I'd be able to pick up the phone and call any of these people. Once I got the 15 applications, I could pick the 6 that I thought I want to chat with. I could pick up the phone and talk to them, but it's not quite that easy, John.
It shouldn't be that easy. There should be a process where all the people have an opportunity to be interviewed equally. The whole point of this process is that it be done transparent and equal across the board. I can tell you, having gone through the process with this village, is that the last time when you put the solicitation that's being discussed, 3 people responded. My firm, another firm that is known in the community, and an individual. And that's all that was received, as I recall. So, I don't want to. So it shouldn't be that hard to be able to do that. Is my point. So
it's just
I think that everyone and that each commissioner should have the ability to interact with those applicants if they so choose so. And by setting up a time and opportunity, every commissioner has the ability to tell the applicants, yes, I want to meet and talk to you telephonically or in person, or no, I don't. I'll just go based off of the materials that have been submitted. That's at but the process should be specified. So to your point or your question, Commissioner Kennedy, no, you shouldn't be able to, any of you, just to pick up the phone, because they don't know who and when you're going to call.
Any other comments? Commissioner
Yeah,
Tuda?
I'm still a little hung up on that. I'm not thinking. I'm thinking. I
Let me
didn't quite
put it
understand
differently, Commissioner. I have a pretty robust practice for the village and for my other clients. On certain weeks, I'm not even in my office. So unless I know that you're setting up an appointment with me in advance through this process, that I know that I need to make myself available to you, when you call, I may not be around. And I don't want that to reflect negatively on me.
But we're not going to set a, I understand, we're not going to set a date and time. We would just simply say in this, let's say it's a week, this week, you would have to be available for phone interviews with commissioners. But I understood you to say two different things. One, the first time it sounded like we're required to talk to all of them if we're going to do it. And the second time it sounded like I could choose to talk to some and not others.
No, what I'm saying is that each and every one of you have the option to talk. But right. The point, and yes, I don't want it to reflect negatively if you say, Mr. Heron, we're going to have interviews this week, and between that Monday and that Friday, I may call you. I don't know. I would turn around and say, professionally and personally, I think that I owe it to you and the other commissioners, Commissioner, what day and what time, so I can make sure I'm available.
Okay, but we can't put dates and times on this schedule. So I'm still confused.
No.
Again, what you're saying.
I'm sorry if I'm not making this. Once you set the schedule, someone has to implement it. Maybe that's what I'm not being clear about, because you said I just want to be able to pick up the phone at any point during that week and call up that individual. I personally think if it were me, I would like some advance notice so I can make myself available.
Okay, well, maybe I was a little casual, but go ahead.
Something else, a different approach maybe. If we accept resumes or letters of interest or packets or whatever we get, and then we review those individually, the commissioners, and come to a commission meeting with a selection of our top 3. But you got to do it off paper, okay? And then hopefully there'll be some commonality between the 3 that each commissioner selects, but we may end up with 5, if it's that many, of people to invite in for a presentation. We will all be there. They'll present. We could ask questions. I don't think they can hear each other. They shouldn't be able to see each other's presentation, I don't think, but we do it at a commission meeting where everybody has the same opportunity.
May I say that's exactly what happened the last process in 2018.
Couldn't understand you, Roseanne.
That's exactly how it happened on the last process in 2018, the way that Commissioner Ross described it.
So that first filter out, if it's, if we get that many, is going to be on paper, and then we pick 3 people to have a more in-depth conversation with.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
No.
Commissioner Tuda, Commissioner Samaria?
No.
Yeah, real quick. I think with this item and then the item after this, we're in an unusual circumstance with the COVID-19 pandemic. So, we have to I think with both of these positions, whether it's the attorney and the manager, I think we need to determine whether or not during this time a change in that position may create some instability. I'd be curious to hear the Chief Cabrera's opinion on that. Also, if Attorney Heron has any input he wants to provide on that as well.
I agree. I definitely would like to hear from the chief and the attorney.
Chief?
I actually, that's, it's the commission's, it's going to be the commission's decision, but I do agree we are going through very difficult times, and we still have challenges ahead of us. I know that there's been discussions if we should change the phases, if we should reopen this and do that, and we're not. As you can see this past weekend, everybody thought we were going to have a decline in the numbers, and it was actually the quite opposite. It was a spike. And, we're definitely going to have a lot of challenges ahead of us. So.
My question for the attorney is that, as I'll bring up when I bring up the city managers one, is the same thing. Is it going to make a difference of getting an attorney now than if he was to wait until after?
After what?
Well, as I'm going to discuss in the one for the city manager, I think with the city manager, we should wait after the November election. And my question is for the attorney, is that going to be about the same thing? I mean, I know your job's important. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Is it going to make a difference of hiring an attorney now than if we was to wait until after?
It would be pure speculation on my behalf to say if it would affect the village. What I can say is that as long as I am your interim attorney, I will continue to provide you with the level of service that I am currently providing to you, and to the extent that you need the commission asks for more, we'll provide that as well. And that's really all I can comment on. It would be really inappropriate for me to speculate what another law firm, another attorney may or may not do if you were to change lawyers or village attorney at this point. As I've said to all of you before, I have previously been advised by the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and another municipality where this similar process was being undertaken, that because I potentially and my firm would potentially be placing or submitting a proposal if you proceed, that it would be a conflict of interest for me really to comment any further than I already have.
May I respond to the notion of waiting? Look, guys, we have an obligation to do this. Is this an ideal time in the world to do lots of things? No. I'm not sure what will be. Here's one thing we know for certain. We don't know anything for certain. That I can assure you. Is COVID going to come back and rear its ugly head in August, in October, in January? I don't know. Maybe. We have an election in November. We're going to have as many as 3 new people sitting on the commission. And then we'll be dumping this responsibility on them. And possibly they're completely new to all of this. Pick 3 people at random out of the village who have never been involved in anything who say, I'm going to run for commission. And then we've dumped this on them, and possibly a manager search based on what Dan just said, because it sounds like he's going to say the same thing when we talk about the manager search. Guys, we still have a job to do. The world is revolving. We have things to do. We don't know if we're going to elect 3 people who are going to keep the job. We have people take this job and quit. We have people take this job and not show up for it. Right now, there are 5 of us here, and we all got elected to do a job. We got elected. They didn't ask us if we might do it. They told us to go do it. We said, I'll do it. And they said, okay, you go do it. We have to do it. We don't know what's going to happen with COVID. We don't know what's going to happen with the election. We may not even have 3 people run. Do you think of that? I don't run. Will doesn't run. Rox doesn't run. Nobody else runs. Is that going to happen? Possibly. Stranger things have happened. Hell, I got elected. How's that for strange? So we don't know what's going to happen. But today, we have a job to do. So we've got to push forward on this and do the right thing by this village and get people in these positions who are operating with the full authority of a commission to do things long-term for us, not turn the lights on, keep the lights on for us while we bumble along. That's not what we're doing. The village deserves better than that, Dan. It really does.
As far as the attorney's concerned, I don't have a problem going forward what we're doing with
So all we're talking about is attorney right now.
Yeah, with the attorney. That's what I said. I don't have a problem going forward with the attorney because I don't think the attorney would affect us in the way that the city manager will be. We will have a discussion about the city manager, and just to let you know that I am not going to be going forward with the city manager as far as this process is concerned. I think we'll discuss it when it comes to city manager.
Different item. We're not
As
item right
far
now.
as the attorney's concerned, I don't have a problem going forward with the process.
Okay.
That's what.
So, okay, we need to try to close this out and move along. So,
Okay, are we going to call for a vote then on the on your motion?
Yes, we already called them. Yes, just called a roll call. We already made
Commissioner Kennedy, can you repeat your calendar, please?
yes, and the two items that I would like to add to it is where it talks about attendance at the commission meetings, make sure it's clear that it's all commission meetings as they're called, and also other meetings and village events as required by the commission. Just make a blanket statement like that. If we decide we need the attorney at a P&Z meeting, a code compliance meeting is part of the deal. If we decide we need them at the, art fair for something, we need them there, And under the professional duties and functions, it says as required by the charter, ordinance, or resolution, add or by the commission. So again, we can basically add things to the job description, in other words. Here's the calendar. I'm going to call it an RFP. I better call it something else. The application process will start, we'll say, tomorrow.
Okay, we're going to take a vote.
Well,
Roseanne, you want to do a roll call?
She wants me to read the calendar back. Rox, you're muted.
Yeah, I think Roseanne needs the calendar so that she can.
She needs the calendar. So if we get the RFP out this week, we'll say May 20th. And I'm assuming, Roseanne, you have a list of all the places that it's advertised. It has to go on the village website and all the regular places that you advertise for an attorney, wherever you did it last time. Deadline for questions, June 1st. Proposal due date, June 17th.
Proposal,
And then
June 17th, okay.
June 17th. And that gives them, that's a month. And then the applications get sent to the commission on June 19th. And now here's where we're going to have to amend what I said based on what you guys discussed with John. That gives us June 20th to July 6th for us to review the applications. I need to have time to get through these things. I can't do it over a weekend. It can't show up in a commission a package, 15 applications from attorneys and writing samples and all the things they send in. So we get a couple of weeks to go through them. June 20th to July 6th. At the July 7th meeting, that's where we discuss the applications and narrow down the list for interviews.
July 7th, rediscuss the application? Okay.
Yep, and we narrow down to a short list. So at the July 7th commission meeting, we make our short list. And then we hold interviews July 8th to the 31st.
Interview July 8th.
To the 31st, and we'll have to decide if that's through a special meeting. I would think that at that point on July 7th, we may say, okay, we have 3 applications. Now let's set a special meeting date to have them each of the 3 come in and do a presentation for us and answer questions from us. So that'd be the 8th to the 31st, and then we make a decision on August 4th at the August 4th commission meeting. So this is all based around our commission meeting schedule, except we'll probably have to have one special meeting for the presentations between July 8th and 31st.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's my motion, is to pick up the process from last time, those couple of additions with this calendar inserted, and off we go. And hopefully we have someone hired by Tuesday, August 4th. We're offering someone the job.
I second that.
Do we need a roll call, Madam?
Yes, Roseanne.
Okay, Mayor Hopping?
Premature, no.
Vice Mayor Tudor,
No.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Absolutely, yes. My job.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria, Commissioner Samaria, can you hear me?
I'm thinking.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Please. Yes.
Okay, motion passed 3-2.
Okay, the next item is the village manager recruitment.
I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, Jenny. I'll be right back.
It's okay.
Commissioner Ross, we need you to unmute yourself.
Okay, everybody on? Okay, the village manager recruitment. Commissioner Ross?
Yes. So one of the things that we decided at my first meeting on the commission was to terminate the manager in March. And with that termination, we said we would do a search for a manager. David Hernandez was appointed as the interim, and I appreciate his stepping up and taking on those added duties. But it's a big burden to carry for someone who was not hired for that job. And for the record, I think David has been the best PW director that the village has seen since 2005, when we lost our last PW director, Joe Fisher. I agree with many of the positive attributes that have been pointed to in his time with the village, and I hope that he remains a part of our village leadership as the department head for a long time. But the village really deserves an executive who has the proper credentials to be a village manager. You just voted, or okay, a majority of you just voted to do a search for a village attorney because that was the right thing to do. You don't leave someone on as interim. You either extend them the whole position, or you do your search and you find the best that's out there for the village. And we need to apply a similar process for the village manager. There are a lot of challenges and things that have gone undone, things that have been have gone without attention for too long. One of them is the CITT, which I really, the CITT audit, which I really hope that we get to talk about today. And that item alone can cause a severe financial setback to the village. We're talking about $300,000, $400,000 that they're going to look for us to pay back because the last village manager didn't do his job or didn't find the right resources to be responsive enough to those CITT auditors. And the more that we rely on people, we burden people who were not qualified and not credentialed to do the job, the worse shape we're going to be in. When we hired the last manager, I was the one holdout that said, no, I don't think that this person is appropriate for the job because he didn't have the right credentials. He was not ICMA approved. He didn't have the right credentials for a manager. And everybody liked the last manager. They said, oh, he knows us. Oh, he was here. He's a hard worker. Let's give him a chance. And it proved to be really bad thinking for our village. And I don't want to do that again. I think we need to go out there and find the best possible candidates, interview them, make sure that they're credentialed, make sure that they're not a last resort choice, in order to give us the best advantage. You talk about, people talk about COVID-19. Yeah, there are going to be a lot of new challenges coming at us based on COVID-19. And we need someone who is innovative, someone who has the experience that can help us through that process.
I think we really have to have a motion and second before we continue the discussion. Do you want to make a motion to move your?
Well, we just had a very lengthy discussion about the village attorney and didn't have a motion until the very end. But if you want to
just
that,
okay, go ahead.
If you want to do that, I make a motion that we move for discussion, selection process for a village manager.
And is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, there's a second by.
Okay,
I don't know, Commissioner Kennedy, if you're, I think you started to talk and I didn't hear you.
I was in the middle of presenting my piece though.
No, I was muted. I was seconding. I was muted.
Okay. What, Commissioner Samaria seconded it, but go ahead on the discussion. Commissioner Ross?
Okay. So there was some reference to COVID-19 and the challenges that are faced there. And as far as the emergency response to that, we have an incident commander, a very capable one in the chief, to handle those details. There's been some reference to burdening staff with this new task of finding a manager. And frankly, staff should have no role in this other than possibly the clerk advertising or making a post for the position. However, the commission wants to go forward. But the longer we wait, the worse position we're going to be in. And as I look around to see what other cities are doing, even in this COVID crisis, there are several cities who are currently searching for a village attorney or a village manager or both. And in just to the east of us, in the town of Bay Harbor Island, in April, they had a discussion about that search process. And what they chose to do was to hire an executive recruitment firm to help them find the right candidate for the position. So that's an option that we could do if we don't want to go through the process ourselves as we had before and as was outlined in my agenda memo. What I did was I just took the process that we did last and I brushed it off and updated some of the things. The requirements are, the duties are those duties that are in our charter assigned to the manager, and the requirements are basically the requirements that we used in 2016 when we hired Sharon Ragunin. Unfortunately, when we hired the last manager, we didn't follow the same criteria and we ended up in a really bad place. So aside from going through our own process and trying to find someone on our own, by ourselves, a second option could be to go with an executive recruiter. And a third option could be the range rider program, which is offered by the ICMA and the Florida City and County Managers Association. They are a group of retired city and county managers with lengthy experience at municipal hirings, and they volunteer at no cost to the FCCMA members, of which we should be, as a city, we should be, and I believe we are members. They volunteer at no cost to help guide through a process for hiring managers and other executives, department heads for municipalities. I already have a sense from one of our commissioners that he's not on board with going forward with this process, but I have to emphasize how important it is for our city to move forward. One of the items in the Citizens Bill of Rights is an obligation by the commission to not unreasonably postpone city business. And I could talk to you some more about the CITT issues and the other things, financial things that are coming up, if you want to discuss it further. But I can't emphasize enough how much and how important it is for us to move forward. So I'd like to hear the rest of your comments and then maybe respond to any questions you may have.
Who's the next one that wants to speak? Commissioner Kennedy?
I want to hear what the rest have to say, then I'll give mine.
I'll defer to someone else for now. I've done a lot of talking. Let me rest my voice here for a minute and listen.
Commissioner Samaria?
Okay. I agree that we need to have the best person as our city manager, but I believe it is not the best time to change the present interim manager. I believe that the day that the current crisis has not been hurt by the present city manager and what he's accomplished. Here's what I don't think that we need to change. One, we have a budget coming up. We have the CITT coming up. We got hurricane season coming up. We have waste bulk coming up. We have the election. Will the new city manager be able to or even want to handle the following crisis that we have brought up? And if David's going to apply for the city manager, I mean, if Mr. Menendez is going to apply for the city manager as he has said he's going to do, I want to be able to see if he can handle the job. And at this present time, with the crisis that we're having right now, this is what I want to see if he can do the job. And so I just think this is the wrong time for us to be going forward with this. I think we should wait until after the election to do it. So I am not going to be supporting this.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Let me, at the risk of restating what I said about when we were talking about the attorney, guys, this is an obligation of ours. This isn't something we really get to decide whether we do or not. It's an obligation. The charter says we do this. The charter doesn't say get someone to fill in. The charter doesn't say when you fire the manager because for gross insubordination and you grab someone out of the audience and say keep the lights on, the charter doesn't say check, you've done your job. It doesn't say that. It says go find someone qualified and competent. Now, nothing that I'm about to say is a reflection on David. We're lucky he came out of the audience and said, I'll do it for you. He has made it, well, he hasn't made it clear he's applying for the job. He said it on a video to the residents and to all of us. So he sat down and recorded a video and said, I'm applying for the job. So we all know he's going to apply for the job. So any of the 5 of you who wants David to have the job, great. All the more reason to run through this process and vote for David. David's applying. I've asked him point blank. He said it on a video, okay? He's applying for the job. But we have an obligation to do due diligence and go find the best person to do this job, not a person to fill in. If we don't do this, I'm voting to move forward. And anyone who votes against it, be clear. You are negligent in your duty as a commissioner. It's that clear to me. It's that clear to me. You are negligent in your duties as a commissioner if you don't do the right thing. When's the perfect time to do this? Never. Budget season, CITT. We got big stuff going on. So if you're going to say that's a reason not to do it, Dan, I'm going to counter with, that's exactly why we have to do it. We are faced with CITT saying, give me $400,000 back. And we have a guy who's a public works guy who said he'd fill in for us, fill in. And now he was dumped the responsibility of trying to hang on to $400,000. That's not right for this village, and it's not fair to him. But that's what we have going on. And if you think you want to see David, you know, how well he'll do in the job, he's been doing it since what, February, March, whenever he's been doing it, and he's done it through a crisis. This is the best audition that man could ever ask for. He's doing it every day. So watch him, evaluate him, and consider all that he's doing when you consider all the applicants for the job. He's so lucky. He's like the leading contender. We get to see him in action. The rest of them are in theory only. They're pieces of paper and an interview. David's living it. So good for David. He's kind of got the upper hand here.
Commissioner Tudor?
I'm not done, Jenny. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So let me just say something else here. David was not vetted for this job. I'm not sure David qualifies for the job. We'll find out when he applies and we run him through the course. So he's not supposed to be doing this job. He was not hired for it. He applied to be the public works guy. He got the job. He apparently was qualified. From everything I see, he does a great job at that. But if something goes wrong here while David's filling in, it's not David's fault. Every finger in this village is going to point right at you, Ginny, and you, Rox, and you, Will, and you, Dan. Especially you, Dan, because you're being so vocal about this. Fingers will point at you and say it's your fault. It's not David's fault. It's not David's fault. David's not a professional village manager. David wasn't hired for this job. David did us a favor. He's filling in. And if something doesn't go right, it's not David's fault. I will not fault him for anything that he does wrong. I will not hold him responsible for any mistake that he makes. He was never vetted for this job. It will be your fault, not David's fault. We are setting him up to fail if we don't hire someone who's properly vetted for this position. He should not be given the responsibility of digging us out of this mess. We're very lucky he's here. Very lucky he's here. We're also extremely lucky that we have Lewis sitting next to him, helping him a lot. We have a team. We're very lucky that these two guys landed in our laps. But we've got to make the permanent decision. We need a commissioner who is acting with the full authority of a commission who says, go get it done for us. Long term, not through this COVID thing, not through the election. There's never going to be a right time. There's never a right time, except now. Because you, I'm pointing to all four of you, got hired to do a job. Do the job. Don't kick the can downfield, down the street, whatever the expression is. Do the job. You were hired to do it. Man up and get the job done. John Herron is sending me an email saying we need to.
We have to extend the meeting.
I make a motion, we extend the meeting until 11:30.
Second? Is there a second?
Fox said it.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye.
All in favor?
I'm done, Jenny.
Aye.
Now,
Okay.
when we get to
Commissioner
discussing
Tudor.
some of the specifics, I have a couple of things in there, specific things, Rox, about what you put together for us, but it's more important that I state my case very clearly that we have a responsibility here. And each one of you needs to do it.
Commissioner
Not 3 of
Tudor?
us, 5 of us need to do it.
Oh, my turn? Okay. First of all, thank you for the lecture.
You're welcome, Will. Anytime.
Well, you know, you always feel good about doing that. Now, sorry, Commissioner Kennedy, my turn to talk now.
Well, then talk about the issue at hand.
Excuse me, Commissioner Kennedy.
Excuse me. Commissioner Tudor has the floor.
You know, I keep hearing about how some of these commissioners will be negligent if we don't move forward with the hiring of a village manager. However, given this uncertain time, and unfortunately, I think for some of the commissioners, they don't want to accept the fact that these are very unfortunate, very trying times and very uncertain times. We have a interim manager in place who has shown that he's working on this situation. He's handling this situation. The contacts he's had to help this village along during this time, the communication with residents. There's nothing you can fault David with at this point in time with how he's handling this pandemic. I think we'd be negligent to be looking to do a shifting in upper management, changing to a new manager during this time. I think we need to wait until we start seeing a downward decline, till we start to do a little bit more of a leveling off before we start entertaining this idea of moving forward to and hiring a new manager. I'm not going to say anything about the election because that's not important to me, about whether or not the next commission hires the village manager. I think right now we have to focus on the issues that are facing us now with this COVID-19 pandemic, that a move and a change in leadership would be a huge mistake and a huge disservice to residents. That's all I wanted to contribute.
Okay, Roseanne, do you want to call a roll?
If I may, close up the piece since it's my item.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
Actually, you haven't heard any comments, any feedback from you, Mayor, but.
I think it's premature.
So.
That's the extent of your comments, Jenny?
That's the extent of my comments. I think everybody said enough.
I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. I am really holding back from any public statement that would undermine David's good efforts, because I think, you know, I value what he has done and that he has stepped up, and I don't want to jeopardize the public's trust in him as an interim manager. But that's what he is an interim manager, and the village deserves better. I've had conversations with him regarding finance and planning and things that wasn't what he was hired to do. And yes, we're dealing with COVID right now. There is huge economic backlash coming from COVID. We need somebody in place that can make those plans for us. That's not what we have. And you're selling the village really short if you insist on putting this burden on a person who was not hired for that purpose, who is not prepared for that purpose, who doesn't have the certifications for that purpose. And this is not about a reflection on him. He's doing the best that he can. He's not here today because I think he's overworked and overstressed, and it's too much for one person to handle. And what happens when that person isn't able to meet the job? We have to slide in the chief. There are issues with having a chief serve as a city manager with those dual roles. So it's not a situation that could be very long-lived, and you are very short-sighted if you think that you have it all covered.
Jenny, do you have anything else to say on the topics? I really wish we would hear more from you on everything, but certainly something this important.
I think it's very important. I also think it's premature. So, are you finished, Commissioner Ross?
Well, we hired this person in March to be an interim person. We didn't hire him and say, take us through COVID, take us through hurricane season, take us through the budget. Just resolve all of these long-lasting issues that the last manager You get three. Responsibility. And it's unfair for us to burden him with this.
Is there any other comments?
Let's just take a vote.
Roseanne, you want to take a roll call vote, please?
No, Commissioner Ross has to make the motion.
I'm sorry?
This is Commissioner Ross's item. She needs to make a motion.
I have a
You
motion.
already made a motion.
Motion was made and seconded already.
Seconded.
That was second for discussion. That's what the motion was.
Oh,
I made the second for discussion, not for to actually vote on this.
Well, is there a problem with that, John?
No, I think that as I understand the item, much like the previous one, there still needs to be a discussion about how you're going to move forward, assuming there's a majority of you all that want to move forward with going through that solicitation process. Commissioner Ross mentioned, do you want to hire potentially a search firm? Do you want to use the Range Rider program through the Florida League of Cities? Do you want to place your own ad? And if you do any of those, what are the criteria? Again, much like you went through the discussion process for the position of village attorney, I think there needs to be that conversation, assuming there's a willingness of 3 commissioners to move forward with putting a solicitation out on the street.
Oh, okay. So that was a motion. Okay. So then, yes, we can take the vote.
Maybe the way to do it is to break it into 2. Let's see if there's 3 who are in favor of moving forward with the solicitation at this time. And assuming there are, then discuss how you want to go about doing it. If obviously there's not 3 in favor of moving forward, then you don't need to discuss or maybe you can. Maybe you want to discuss it and say, here's the criteria for when we are ready.
So here's one last comment I want to leave you with is 3 people just voted to move forward with a selection process for a village attorney. When we have an interim attorney who is fully credentialed and highly credentialed, I might add, as a municipal attorney, we have the person with all of the required criteria sitting in for us. But 3 people decided to move forward to make a search and make the best selection for a permanent attorney for the city. Right now, we don't have that credentialed, that caliber of credential with our city manager who is serving as an interim person. Just think about that.
Attorney is different from a city manager. Attorney, we can get anybody at this time to get advice. The city manager is actually running the city.
Without credentials, without credentials.
And never properly vetted. Never properly vetted. So when something comes up, if something comes up that you don't like, it's on you guys.
Well, it's kind of funny.
Dan, I'm talking.
No, it's kind of funny. This was done.
He was not vetted for this job, Dan. He was vetted to be the public works director, to fill potholes.
This is the same thing that's always been said. No, this is the same thing. This is the same thing that's been said in the last commission. If you don't agree with me, it's going to be your fault. If the world's going to collapse, it's your fault because you don't agree with us.
If you make a bad choice, Dan, it is your fault.
No, let's just, not in there. Let's just take the vote.
The next 2 items are really important, and I'm done with this discussion. Go ahead, it'll be on you.
Let's take the vote and just get it on. Do we want to go forward?
Roseanne, you want to do a roll call?
okay. Mayor Halpin,
No.
Vice Mayor Tudor,
No.
Commissioner Kennedy,
One of us has some sense, yes.
Commissioner Ross,
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria.
No.
Motion failed, 3-2.
And I'd like to make a motion that we continue the process for the hiring of the city manager to after November election.
I would not make that motion right now and just let the people who are serving decide.
I think that's premature, Dan.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Right. Okay, the next item is the whistleblower
I'd like to ask if Commissioner Samaria would move that item aside since we have Waste Pro and CITT to get to, and those are on deadline.
I agree. We also have a gentleman from Waste Pro that has been on this whole night.
Attorney, are we allowed to move an item? Since this was a special commission meeting, I can move it over to the next commission meeting, right?
Yes, you can. That is correct.
Okay. Then I have no problem moving over the 8C over to the June meeting.
June 2nd meeting. What about the Gray Robinson invoices? Can we move that over to?
I like to hear from, well, the city manager's not here.
Can we move that over to the June 2nd meeting?
Well, let me find out from the chief and the attorney, is there something that's urgent that has to be taken care of?
If I may, Mayor, you know, in anticipation of tonight's meeting, you know, I have gone through those invoices, and maybe what, to the extent that that this item is moved to the next meeting, what I think might be a good idea is that I have a conversation with each of you individually about my thoughts. So when we do get to the discussion at the next meeting, maybe we can make it quicker and more productive. Suggestion?
Not a bad suggestion.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, I have no problem moving 8C and 8D over to June.
Commissioner Samaria.
Yes, yes.
I just, before we move it, a point that I want to bring up to the attorney. I think that one of the things we need to consider, and we're going to probably be talking about tonight, is we're still dealing with the FEMA issue. And if and when the commission makes a decision on whether they're going to address these invoices or not, I think, you know, we've just experienced a situation where a manager was terminated and issues occurred. If we're going to pay this firm off, that will put closure to it. And there may be pending issues. For example, was work completed? Was the work done properly? Was it completed? Were all things done with the FEMA issue that we're now facing? And I think that's an important point that needs to be addressed before we close the books with Gray Robinson. Case in point, you're well aware that the federal FEMA has stated no. The state was not accurate. You have not complied with everything. So there may be pending things that still need to be accomplished before we put closure to that chapter.
And I think that certainly goes to the issue of, you know, some of the comments that I've identified in the invoices, including the FEMA matter. I think part of the concern is addressed as I've finally gotten just some information for all the commissioners to know, is that we are actually in the process of physically acquiring and transferring all the paper documents from the prior law firm to my firm, and we've already received all of their electronic materials, and we do have to, you know, we will have to go through those at the attorney and staff level to, you know, make sure that we have all the information. But that process is underway and should be completed by the, you know, early part of next week.
Yeah, but getting to that point, the issue here is now they're finally transferring. You know, they were kind of reluctant. It's become now apparent that the information that was provided to us, that everything was vetted at the state level and all the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, were not factual. Because when it got to the federal level, the item was kicked back and said, X, Y, Z are missing, there's still issues. So my question would, my concern here is, if we close the chapter with Gray Robinson and it's already occurred, where we're done with this, we're not gonna discuss it anymore, are there still obligations that haven't been met and they're required to meet, and we make full payment and they're no longer required because they've been compensated?
Well, I mean, I guess a slightly different way to answer that question, I think, is that since that day back in February when they left, and I was maybe in March, I'm sorry, and I was hired as the interim attorney. They've shown a singular unwillingness to go beyond anything that other than just simply forwarding on to me and to the manager any information that they get about anything. So in answer to your question, Chief, I don't think that we're going to get much or if any additional cooperation out of Gray Robinson above and beyond the transfer of the electronic and paper files. How much, if anything, then should we potentially pay with respect to, for example, the FEMA invoices, that there's still some of it outstanding? That's something that certainly we can discuss individually with the commissioners and be in a position to then make a decision with regard to that, in June. And maybe the decision is not to pay that invoice.
I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah.
From a negotiation position, the fact that there's a pending bill, it's important that the commission has the ability to be able to identify and have an open and transparent discussion amongst them. Hey, these are still things that are still going on.
Out there.
We need to be able to, address B, C, and D before we then complete, pay the complete bill.
I don't disagree, and that's across each and every one of their invoices for all the things that they've submitted invoices for. Unfortunately for all of us, as we know, that invoices, all we have left or all that's outstanding technically to be paid to Gray Robinson are only their last 2 months. Now, whether or not this commission at some future point directs me, the manager, or our outside auditor to evaluate all the invoices going back for the entire period of time, I guess we will cross that bridge when we get to it. But the chief's point is well taken, and we'll begin that process, and have already begun that process of vetting through what we have received versus what we should be receiving based upon what they have identified in their invoices of work that they've done.
Well, even further, what they've told the commission, that they went with the state and they forwarded to the state emergency management office, and all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed, and that information was not accurate. Because
that is correct.
We have pending invoices from the actual sites that are unknown. So how have they complied with their responsibilities if the most important documents are missing? So,
yes, we as the chief is indicating, and the manager may have, or certainly as an agenda item that's scheduled for discussion later tonight, is we have submitted, or the village through Gray Robinson submitted a number of documents seeking reimbursement from FEMA as a follow-up to when they took over that responsibility from our previous third-party vendor. And we're still getting comments back from the state agency saying that the information that's been submitted is still lacking.
Sorry to interrupt, but if I could raise a point of order, please. My understanding is that these two items were moved to the next meeting, and our time is precious little to take care of things that need to be taken care of today.
We'll have this discussion offline with each one of you individually.
What are we moving on to? We have 34 minutes here.
Yes. So we're putting the Gray Robinson.
No, we're talking about the CIT right now.
Right. No, that's going to be on the June 2nd calendar.
No, we're talking about CITT.
No, I'm talking about, did we finish on the Gray Robinson invoices?
That's going to be in the June meeting.
That's right. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, it's going to move.
Okay. We are now bringing up on 9E, which is the
Now
CIT.
audit with Lewis.
Yes.
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is, okay. Okay, Louis, the CITT audit?
Where did he go? Did I lose him?
The village is continuing its effort to work diligently with the CITT office and the auditing during the unprecedented time. The manager has provided a memorandum that's attached here explaining the different steps that have been taken. Currently, the manager has been in discussions with Mr. Javier Berncourt, the executive director of the CITT, to discuss and to identify where the shortfalls are. As you all know, back in 2017, an audit was conducted by the CITT auditors that reflected that there were discrepancies with the billings and shortfalls. The manager is currently in discussions with our external auditor and with the finance, with our finance group in order to identify where these shortfalls are or where the issues are. The administration is expecting to receive a report from the auditors and from the finance company GMS within the next week or a week and a half. This report will provide further clarification on how the monies were spent, what are the issues that have occurred. I want to go ahead and extend gratitude to both Chuck Ross and Rox Ross, who have worked diligently and have given up their own time to assist the administration in identifying some of these issues. Today, I've spent the day trying to identify why has this issue continued and not have been addressed, because this is an issue that should have been addressed back in 2017, at worst 2018. I discovered that the finance agency, the department that we have, GMS, does have copies of all the records that we currently have at the Parks and Rec building. Actually, they provided us, they scanned them and provided us back the records, and we currently have them stored at the park. There, Mr. Chuck Ross was able to identify some of the items that were discussed in the CITT audit by their auditors that were missing. So we have forwarded those records to them. We've talked to Paul at GMS. We've talked to Yorena, our external auditors, and they are now going to be providing us a report that will be able to assist us to identify the shortfalls and the fundings that were identified in the audit.
Any questions of Chief Cabrera?
I have a couple of things, Joe.
And I'd like to speak on that as well. Go ahead, Mac.
You go ahead first, Rox.
Okay. Thank you. So I've been tracking this CITT thing ever since the audit was going on in 2018. And it wasn't until I was out of office, and although I was continuing to ask the manager about the status and when was the report coming out, it wasn't until I was out of office that I discovered the audit report on the village, not on the village website, but at the county's website. And it pointed to some very serious deficiencies as far as any documentation provided by the village to support the eligible expenditures of CITT funds. And since September of 2019, I have an outstanding public records request still asking the village to please give me copies of whatever the manager communicated to CITT so that I can get an understanding of what it was submitted on behalf of my village to defend those expenses. I admit that in November, when the village billed me over $100 to get those records, I threw up my hands and said, forget it. I've already paid you several $100s on other records. I'm not doing this anymore. And even though I had given the prior manager leads and papers to support some of those expenditures, he apparently did nothing with them. When I got back into office in March, I had one face-to-face meeting with our interim manager who, you know, admittedly, he fell into a huge pile of it. And there were a lot of things that he was trying to deal with. But I also gave him a couple of leads and documents, village resolutions that approved major road, stormwater and road projects that happened around the rec center and along 9th Avenue and different areas of the village. I handed these to the manager at the one face-to-face meeting that we had as a commissioner and a manager. And apparently nothing, it didn't go anywhere either. Until I was, you know, had growing concern about the funds that are at risk here. Because it's not just that they want to take back whatever money is in the bank account, it's that they want to take money that we've already spent. And where is that money going to come from? It can only come from our general fund, from our reserves, from our tax dollars. And then how are we going to fix the drains and the different situations that need to get fixed in the village that have gone without any care and without any attention for so many years? So I was most alarmed when we finally, after harping to get a financial statement, because we had not seen a monthly financial statement at all since September of last year, we finally got a financial statement somewhere here that shows that CITT stopped sending the village its monthly allocations on January 17th. That was the last payment. So at that time, they said, village, we're not giving you any more money. And then you've all seen that letter that says, by the way, we're going to ask for that money back. This is, you know, one of the major issues that we are facing, that I tried to discuss with the former manager, that I tried to discuss with the interim manager, who wasn't hired to take care of this situation, but now we're throwing this task upon him. And the very least, well, you all saw the report that I sent out. Chuck and I put this together. Mostly, it's based on documents that are available on our village website. So they were at the fingertips of the people that we have put in management to explain these things. They were right there, PDF files on the village website, and nobody took the time to go through it and document it for them. Through those resolutions, we got the approximate dates, certainly the years, the audit reports that are on the village website, you know, for people who like numbers and like to chase those things down, people who like to think they're forensic accountants, those reports are there. But nobody went after them. Nobody tried to put it together. And instead, now we're in a really deep hole. But so you all have that report. Chuck had volunteered his time. He's already said, I'm not going to repeat everything, but he's already said he went and found some of the documents, showed them to the manager, and that's all great. We're on our way somewhere now. The very least that we could do, and I hope to resolve with this discussion, is the manager, the interim manager, is going to need the help from the past auditors who already confirmed these things, because their reports, they're part of our standard audit report, our standard annual audit. So he's going to have to engage the auditors And he's also going to have to task the finance director to work together to answer these questions in a convincing way to CITT. Now, I don't believe that he has the spending authority to engage the auditors for that task. They're only engaged to complete our annual audit, which I understand they're in the tail end of right now. So what I propose is that we give the manager, through a motion or through a draft and adopt resolution, the authority to engage the firm, Caballero Fearman, who are our current auditors, to help work through this process. And funny thing, as we were going through the records and seeing all the expenses that were done, that were incurred, back in 2008, when we had to face the first audit from CITT, that village manager was smart enough to say, hey, auditors, didn't you already prove these things out for us? Come back and help us. Come back and help us prove it to CITT. And so back then, in 2008 or 9, the village paid those auditors to reconfirm. And it cost them, we paid like $2,500 for those auditors to reconfirm the expenditures and the appropriateness of them. So after that lengthy explanation, I'm going to make a motion that we authorize the manager to engage the firm of Caballero Fearman and maybe even the prior auditor, if that's what's required, because they all have work papers for some of the years that are impacted, to help us through this CITT audit process. And if we want to set a cap of not to exceed $5,000, because here it is, folks, we have a deadline of January 31st, and we're not going to meet again until after that deadline. CPAs, attorneys, doctors, everybody wants to get paid for their work. So he needs to have that spending authority, and this is what I'm asking for from you today. May 31st, yeah.
Did you make a motion on that, Commissioner Ross?
Okay, I'd like to hear some other feedback from the rest of the commission on this, because you all have all the reports and you have all the papers, and I'm out here talking to the wind.
Okay, okay. First off, I'd like to thank Chuck Ross and the Commissioner Ross for the hard work that you did. And David, I have to give credit, he knows this person that's in charge of the CIT and gave him an extension on it. But my biggest concern is the finance director. Was this the finance director that was before? Same finance director. My concerns that I'm having is why didn't the finance director didn't catch these mistakes in the CITT? And also the audit, was it the same firm? Was this the same firm that was around for the other CITT? I agree with Commissioner Ross. I like to give instructions or guidance to the commissioner to go, to city managers to go forward and work with all of, that needs to be done. Things in the past is bad. We don't need to look backwards. We need to look forward, and we need to solve this problem. I do agree with Commissioner Ross. We need to solve this before May 31st. But I am not going to not give credit to David, because he did get an extension for us. And from what I've been told, they're willing to work with us as long as we can show the documents. And again, I'd like to thank Commissioner Ross and Chuck Ross for finding the documents that they had. Concern of why the documents were not found by the previous city manager. But anyway, I agree with everything that you said, Commissioner Ross, and I'd like to second your motion to go forward with this on this item.
I think it's a very interesting idea. It's a good idea, because we have to really get rid of this eventually. Commissioner McDonald, Commissioner Kennedy, you wanted to say
Yeah,
something?
I just very quickly, it's all been said. I don't know what's worse here, the level of incompetence of the former manager and administration that allowed this to happen, or the level of incompetence at the commission that that manager reported to, that sat there month after month after month and worked on the most ridiculous, heinous things while this was lurking in the shadows. Good
Yes.
work, all. I have one concern in this. Given that we clearly are not going to make this deadline, I want to know if we're getting an extension to the May 31st deadline. Guys, it's now 11:15 on Tuesday. It's 12 days from now, and 4 of them are weekend days, and 1 of them's a holiday. The clock is so ticking on this. And every time I ask David, did you ask for an extension from Betancourt? Did you get the extension from Betancourt? The only answer I get from him is, trust me. Trust me, Mac, I got this. Trust me, I got it. I said, David, it's not about trusting you. Why don't you trust me? David, it's not about trusting you. I want something in writing that we have an extension for this deadline, after which we owe someone $400,000. I'm not trusting anybody on that. I want to know who asked for an extension. Is it a yes or a no? Are we getting one? And if David's out, now he's out sick, hope he's back tomorrow, hope he's okay. Who's going to ask for this extension? Who else has the authority to do it? I don't know. John Herron, is the mayor allowed to represent us and pick up the phone and call this guy and say, would you do me a favor, please? We're a bunch of bumbling boobs over here in Biscayne Park, and we have screwed this up so royally, and now we're trying to dig out. But we could not have done a worse job of this if we tried. And here we are 11 days from the deadline as of tomorrow, and we need you to work with us. Someone needs to get us an extension, or hiring auditors and all this other stuff and finding more boxes at the rec center. By the way, people going in the rec center and going through closets and finding boxes with important documents, this is like Mayberry RFD. When I heard that, I'm like, are you kidding me? And my first question was, geez, I hope you didn't find any HR documents in that closet. Actually, there's a couple of boxes marked HR. So I really think we should need to direct our interim manager to clean out that closet and secure those documents. We have important financial and HR documents sitting in cardboard boxes at the rec center. I've been in that closet to get chairs. And that's where our important documents are sitting? That's ridiculous. We need an extension. Who can get it? Who's John Herron? Who's authorized to call this person and get an extension for us other than David? I've asked David many times, and I'm not criticizing him. If he was sitting here in one of these little boxes on my laptop, I'd be saying this exact same thing. It's not about not trusting you, David. We need something in writing. Every other thing they've given us has been in writing. Every warning, every deadline, every extension. This needs to be in writing too. This is bad, folks. This is really, really bad. Who can get that extension for us?
Chief, do you know anything about this? Did we get an extension in writing?
I've had the same discussion as a commissioner with the manager, and he feels very confident that they will provide us the extension. I will have a discussion with him tomorrow morning and ask and discuss with him that he needs to get the request in writing.
It's not a matter of being confident in anything when you have a deadline in 11 days that you're going to owe someone $400,000. It's not the Girl Scouts.
Commissioner, remember, because of the fact that the manager has worked, we have worked with this individual. And
I understand that.
We have provided him the information that he has requested, that we are doing our due diligence. This extension was granted to begin with. So, we're taking the steps that need to be taken. We're gonna,
I want something in writing.
I'm sorry, I have an added comment, if I could interject here. No matter how good friends we are, or you are, or David is, I'm sorry, Chief, no matter how good friends other municipal employees are, this person has bosses, and his bosses are the county commission. And the county commission Commissioner Sosa, some of the commissioners that are running to be the county mayor in the August election, they've already said, you know, we want to fund this smart transportation plan, and we need to find money to fund it. And what are all of those municipalities doing with the money that we gave them? If they're not using it, or if they've misused it, we want it back. That's going to be like a major talking point for some of these people running to be elected. And we're going to be caught in that crossfire. So no matter what a good relationship there is, everybody has somebody to answer to.
I don't disagree,
We're going to
Commissioner.
be rightfully caught in that crossfire. We
Commissioner.
deserve what's coming at us because we haven't done this right. We need that extension in writing, Chief.
Commissioner, no, I don't disagree, but just keep this in mind. We're not talking friendship here. We're talking about a professional work relationship, and that's what got us the extension. What I'm saying, they have bosses and they answer, and we will have the discussion with them tomorrow. But I think the commissioner was extremely valid when he said that this problem has been going on since 2017 onto 18 and forward. So when David comes along, this is, like you said, was dumped on his lap. What did he do immediately? The information you provided and the information that was provided to him, he made the appropriate contacts, which individuals he was aware that was running the operations over there, and he asked for these extensions. And that takes us to where we're at now. Add on top of that the county and everybody else was dealing with the current pandemic. So we will go back. You know, you can't go 7 days back and say, oh, we need an extension. You know, we realistically have to show, okay, we now went to the finance director. We went to the auditor. This is what X done. This is what we found out. There's other, we just provided them the additional information that was provided by Chuck. We contacted Paul, said, Paul, if you had all this information before, why wasn't the dialogue, which Commissioner McDonald is right on point? It's who oversees the finance director, the auditors. Why that oversight was there? Why was this even occurring? Why are we where we're at?
So now, thank you. And now that we have Paul instead of the you online, because Paul's firm came on, this audit goes back to 2007.
Right.
Paul's firm was not involved. And although Paul's firm did recreate some records, they didn't go back that far. So when I heard that all of these records were scanned and had been given to Paul's firm, my thinking was, number one, why would he get records that were for periods of time that are way beyond his engagement? That just didn't make any sense to me.
Right.
And number two, the finance director operates under the direction of the manager. So, you know, I don't want to throw shade on people without having an explanation. And, you know, we all know what a disaster the last manager was. So,
Commissioner Tudor, do you have anything to say on this?
No, I'd be curious to see if Paul has any input he wants to provide.
Yeah, I mean, there's really two. I'll wait till you're finished. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
There's two topics. One of them is the discrepancy between the balances in the accounts for many years and the amount of charges put to those accounts. All of the bills were paid. They were either paid in the general fund account or in the CITT account. So they're in one or two places. It's how they were characterized, coded, stored, how they were organized. When we came in and recreated the 3 years of history, we went through piece by piece and recreated them. If they were coded to be a general fund public works project, that's where the check was written electronically, and that's how the records were recreated. So the auditor isn't going to do anything for us in this respect. I'd love to have their help. The real skill that you have to have is somebody like Chuck or somebody who has the history, who can go through the original records and say, no, this wasn't a public works project, this was a CITT project, and be able to, and I don't know anybody better than David to help do that with somebody who has the history like Chuck. So you divide the road, those records get accumulated, it's X number of dollars, then the offset between those two, the difference, it was about $200,000 or so. That'll close that'll get much tighter. The second topic is that we haven't spent much money in 5 years. When you don't spend money over a 5-year period, they stop giving you money. So there's two things going on. Obviously, they're related, but they're separate. So that's my overview. Any records we have, we obviously have scanned all of ours, and they're easily traceable. But none of them identified beyond very little information. So with what you have in the years we did our recreation isn't really much help. We certainly worked with the CITT audit and handed it to the manager and asked him how we could help, but we left it as you all did, waiting.
So if I could clarify the timeline on that, because Paul, your firm came in 2015,
right?
And from 2015 to 2018, which are the audit years, there was minimal, if any, CITT funded work done in those years. Most of the work occurred in 2008, 9, 10, 11. Those were the major years, and you wouldn't have records of those years.
No, we only kept the years that we went back to, which was 15 forward. We came in after that, but we went back and recreated those records. So the historical differential in the CITT account and what CITT says it should be is way back 04, 5, 6, 7, many years ago. So that's way beyond anyone that I know's ability to know where it came from, what might be missing.
But
it's really just coded wrong.
But they are captured in the CAFRs, in the annual financial statements, as a separate fund. The auditors at that time did do some validation of those expenditures, and they're in the auditor's report.
Yeah, I'm sure. We haven't done any of that, so I wouldn't know. I'm sure you're right, though.
So when that auditor did their testing, they should have some work papers relating to that.
Maybe.
In addition to whatever records now are here.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that you're not getting thrown, you're not beginning thrown the responsibility for those years that.
No, I don't take it that way. I'm just trying to figure out how to put the puzzle together.
Right.
And that's what it is. It's a puzzle. And you're not going to get 100% probably, but I think CITT will realize that there's enough projects where it's close enough where they'll move, off of it. There might be I'm guessing wildly that a slap on the wrist, so to speak, a few $1,000s of correction. But most times what they've done, as I've learned, is they don't take it from your general fund. They just reduce it from your balance. They claw it back. So I'm not as fearful that there's a general fund payment coming, but that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, I have a quick question, and Paul, you might be able to answer this. We have projects that are identified in, prior year CAFRs. I know Commissioner Ross had mentioned that there was some resolution ordinances, commission meetings, discussions about projects that were going to be used at CITT funds. But for CITT, for the auditors there, what are they going to require? Because my concern is we may have something in a CAFR that says, yeah, this was in this one fund, but they're going to need some more underlying documents to show that we actually spent the money on an improved project.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what level of confidence in the documents that they're going to require. I have no idea, but we'll work through it if anything we can do.
Yeah. I mean, that's my biggest concern, is that it looks like this goes back historically with Biscayne Park and record keeping going back. And like I said, the key thing is we're talking about projects that were from 2007 to 2017 or?
Yes, 2017. John, yeah. What has David, to clarify, I think we have to be transparent. What has David asked you to do, to work with who, to try to get this issue resolved? And who has he been speaking to?
Yeah. Did you ask me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I talked to him today, and he again, as everyone has said, he said the exact same thing about the deadline is not as solid as it is in writing, and obviously it would be nice to have it in writing, but he's pretty confident you're going to get 30, 60 or more days to resolve this. I think the reaction I've seen from them in the past is a good faith effort will help that cause, supplying some documents, supplying some information of what we're dealing with will begin to clarify their reaction a little bit.
But are you and the auditor doing anything presently that David is?
No, we don't have anything to do. I can't do anything other than if somebody says these three accounts or these three expenditures from years we have the records in charge, we can do journal entries and retroactively identify it and adjust the balance accounts. But I have never had one thing identified to me. So until I see, $10,000 for paving that was put into Parks and Recreation, that's a CIT account transfer, we can do that easily. But I can't guess.
So the report that I distributed Monday clarifies each of the projects by year and by a resolution approving the project. To a certain extent, we had a spreadsheet made by the village showing all the expenditures for the major $198,000 project and the corresponding check numbers and the dates that they were issued. Actually attach a couple of the checks that were written out of the CITT transit checking account. And by the way, a lot of this stuff was found in a box marked transit fund and drainage project. And I didn't actually see those records. That's Chuck. If you want to open up his mic and get an explanation, a more in-depth explanation from him, it might be helpful.
I like
you, but my motion was to give the spending authority to engage. I think the auditor is going to be instrumental in getting this stuff together for us, because they've already looked at it and confirmed the expenditures that they were appropriately spent out of that fund. Yes. And then Paul, as our in-house director for finance, would be the person to interface with CITT audit and defend those expenses. But we can't keep giving the job to someone who's not qualified to do and expect it to be a success.
Did we get a second on your motion?
I'll second it.
You did second it?
Madam Mayor, we have Chuck Ross.
Yes, I like, before we go on, I was going to say I'd like to hear from Chuck Ross, but before I can even say, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move 9C.
11:29.
I know, 9C. We're not going to get to it, so just if we can move some items over to the next commission meeting, or get an extension on time.
Well, can we move everything back over, but let's vote on the motion?
Okay, but I'd like to hear possible from Chuck. Commissioner Ross mentioned, so I'd like to hear,
So we need a motion to extend the meeting to, say, midnight?
I make a motion to extend it to midnight, because this is a very important subject matter.
Okay, are we going to get to Waste Pro after this?
If they're still with us?
Yeah.
Because we do have Kenneth Rivera, who's here the whole time, and if we're not going to get to him,
no, let's. Yeah.
I think with our apologies, we should say goodnight to him.
Let's see how long this is going to take, and so we can get into that next. We're going to extend it to midnight. We should be able to get into him.
Okay.
Mr. Ross, if you could send me that report, I wasn't copied on it, so I'd be happy to take a look at that.
Okay, can I speak now, Mayor?
Yeah, if you can make it short.
I'll make it brief.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Okay. All right, so on April 27th and April 28th, I spent several hours going through boxes of records that are located in the rec center, and I located probably $300,000 or $400,000 worth of drainage projects. There was a transportation study, traffic study done by Kimberly Horn. There were actually two companies that did work on drainage projects. There was one company, TRW, which went from 07 to 08, partially into 09. Then Magna Construction, which was 10, 11, 12, and 13. And with the limited time I was able, and I didn't take me that long, frankly, to track down these records. And to answer I think Commissioner Tudor's question and Paul, I have to ask you, you have not seen any of these records yet, is that right? Okay, so we had disbursements requisitions with backup of a summary of the project's plans and work and et cetera. Copies of canceled checks, not the check, the actual canceled check for several $100,000. So the documents are there. It's just a matter of maybe going back one more time to the well. But I found, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but let's just say a significant amount of information that I hope will persuade the CITT to give us a little additional time. And frankly, you know, this is all on the back of our prior manager. There's no doubt about that. But I have to tell you that I had a little struggle with our current interim manager and persuading him to let me give it a shot. I mean, my background is an auditor. That's what I am. I'm a CPA. I've been, you know, I don't need to give you all my full credentials, but the fact of the matter is, it's not my first go around with this type of work. So I believe, fairly successful. And then Rox, as she stated earlier, and I put together through certified financial statements, resolutions, some meeting minutes, a roadmap that pretty much covers the whole 10 years. And we're just missing a few odds and ends here that might solve most of the project. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Again,
Okay, can we move Commissioner Ross's motion? Roseanne, you want to take a?
May I have the motion again, please?
I'm sorry?
May I have the motion, please?
Commissioner Ross, can you give your motion again, please?
Motion is to give the manager spending authority to engage the current auditor or the previous auditor because, well, just, this is not the motion, but to let you know that during the years 2008, 9, 10, 16, 17, and 18, Caballero Firman or their predecessor firm were our auditors. In that gap in the middle, 11 to 15, we had a company named GLSC. They're related somehow. Yerena was the primary person from both firms, and they're related somehow. But between the two of them, they can help us piece it together. So the motion is to give the manager spending authority to engage the former auditors, current auditors, former auditors, to help us work through this CITT issue, as well as direct our finance director to work on the project. And we could say for the outside help from the auditors, we could set a limit not to exceed $5,000. He can come back to us and we can say, yeah, it's worth it or not. But $5,000 is a very, very cheap investment in trying to protect 400,000.
And I second that motion.
Okay. Mayor.
When you finish writing a roll call, Roseanne.
Okay. Mayor Halpin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
I don't think we have a choice, so I have to vote yes. I hope it's not throwing good money after bad.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samari?
Yes.
Okay, before we pass on this though, I would like us to direct the manager to report back to all of us in writing about this extension. Without that extension, the rest of this, we may as well just forget the rest of it. We have 11 days, guys, 11 days.
Yes.
You know that.
We need to direct, right, we do know it. And we need to direct the manager to report back to us in writing what's going on and get something, try to get something in writing for us.
I agree.
That is the scariest part of all of this, is that deadline looming.
Well, I'm sure that the chief will be on it.
Well,
In the
I'm
morning.
not so sure. I'm not so sure. And in fact, we already are having funds withheld. So, I mean, when we say an extension, it's an extension to give the explanation, but we're already missing out on.
We're already being penalized, but they haven't asked for money back. The next step is after that deadline, they say give money back. Right? You're right, Rox. Right now they're holding money. That's bad enough. It's about to get worse.
Can we take the roll call? We already had this discussion.
We did the roll call,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
We didn't do the roll call yet.
Yes, we did. It's 5-0.
Oh, yes, we did. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
So one more
Yeah.
thing on my part, and sorry, Mac, then we'll get back to your question. I've had this outstanding public records request to try to piece together what it was that the former manager communicated to CITT. I'm not going to pay $100 for it. You know, I've put on a lot of time in it already, and I'd like to see this piece of the puzzle to close out what the former manager did. So could I get the commission support to waive the fee in order to get those records?
Are we allowed to do that? Is the
I think
commission
probably,
allowed to authorize that?
if I may, I think the better way maybe to go about it is simply direct the manager to provide that information to all of the commissioners as part of this ongoing matter and ongoing reporting back to you all.
John, can I just ask the clerk to provide those records at this time to all the commissioners?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's my point. Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm asking you to please provide those records to all the commissioners
Understood.
within a very short period of time. And I will also adhere to Commissioner McDonald's directives, and we will provide feedback in a very short period of time also, way before the 11 days.
Thank you, Chief.
So we don't have to contend.
Okay. Can we get on to Waste Pro now? We do have Kenneth Rivera here, and he's the division manager of Waste Pro. And to ask any questions, any discussion with him?
May I jump in here first on this? So David already signed a contract extension. So our contract has been extended through the end of September. I think we have to pass a resolution tonight or something to formalize that, I guess. We need to do that. But here's how I see this situation. It's very clear to me. We're under contract with them till September 30th. They've increased our rates, whatever. It's done. We had to secure trash collection. I don't think now is the time to get into a long, involved discussion about all the things they do wrong and why they haven't done it right and how we think they fall short. That's not a conversation for tonight. We need to get an RFP out and get bids in for this work. And then if Waste Pro decides they want to bid on the job again, then at that point we can have a conversation with them about the things that we were not happy with and putting teeth back in, enforcing the teeth that's in the agreement. But I don't think we need to have a big, long, involved conversation with them. Frankly, I'm not sure why he's even here. We have Waste Pro until September 30th. And I think we need to I think our conversation about trash collection tonight needs to get an RFP out. And if his company chooses to bid on it, great. Bring them in, get their bid in here along with everybody else's. But I don't think we need to be worried about anything with Waste Pro right now other than get an RFP out to see who else is available. And the only question I have for Ken, who I met a couple of months ago, he came in and had a meeting. I have a very simple question. Ken, does your company want our business?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine. Do you guys want to renew a contract with us starting in October?
Well, let's. I mean, it's unfortunate. I've been on this meeting since the very beginning, so I think that I'm owed the time to go through the process of explaining how we got here and why we're here.
Well, we have 19 minutes left in this meeting, and then it really does have to end.
either we move this, we do have an extension until September, or, you know, or I'm given the opportunity, because there are some public comments that were made that are factually incorrect.
If we start getting, Jenny, if we start getting into
Okay, but let him, I think we owe him the time to make a statement.
Maybe June 2nd is the next meeting, whenever the time is, but I have been requested to be on the meeting, to be here, and I have been here since the very beginning. So I believe that I deserve the opportunity to make make the case. And to answer your question, Commissioner, the answer is yes. But obviously, we are at the, you know, we're here today, and I was asked to come on here, and I wanted to make a brief comments to some of the public comments, and also to explain how we got here. Unfortunately, it's 11:42. I'm tired, so is everybody else. So if I would make a request to put me on the next meeting on a time certain item, and that way we can discuss this in the public, or we can have individual meetings, however you all decide to make this happen. But I do think that I do deserve the time to make the public comments that I need to make.
I don't think that can happen tonight.
No, you're in agreement to putting it over till June 2nd?
Don't have a problem with that.
Okay. We'll put the Waste Pro over to June 2nd. Thank you. I'm sorry that you had to spend so much time here.
Ken, before you go, I have a quick question. Have you provided the manager with an estimate proposal cost for 2021?
No, because our contract is on end September 30th of this year, and all I keep hearing is the RFP, and so there's no need to go forward.
Okay, it was just
We need to discuss an RFP.
Yes. If I may.
Yeah, Commissioner Ross.
I thought that we were being asked to ratify the manager's extension of the contract number one, which, you know, it's already happened, so we really should vote on that. So I make a motion that we ratify the extension that the manager signed through, is it September?
30th, September 30th.
Through September 30th.
I make a second.
Okay. Any discussion?
No, just that we'll move it over to June.
You want to do a roll call on that, Roseanne, please?
Mayor Halpin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tudor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
5-0.
So the next thing in relation to sanitation services is that we are required to give the county our assessment, the amount that we're going to charge every unit in the park to pay for the sanitation services. Now, bear in mind that with the increase that we just approved, we're already going to be in the hole because we have charged out less than what we're going to have to pay Waste Pro for those services. And if we don't make an assessment, what the property appraiser's office does is they bill out the same rate that you billed last year. So we don't want that to happen. I don't know when the finance director and the manager are going to present.
If I may, it's not as simple as that, Commissioner. And the reason why is that, as I understand it, and there are, as we speak, I was working on some emails back and forth with staff and with Mr. Winklejohn. We've already established our assessment for this current year. And so to the extent that this extension provides for, I think it's $2 extra, that can't be retroactively put into the assessment that we already did.
Of course.
Okay, so that increase is the only way we can collect that increase is if we direct bill it.
Okay.
Or we, to use the euphemism, we eat it ourselves as a village.
But we
Moving
know
forward,
now, there's a floor because whatever we get charged for the next fiscal is not going to be lower than what we're charged now.
well, no, because the reason why it's a little bit premature is because we're proposing to go out for an RFP.
Right.
We don't know what that price might be.
But we need to give a number.
Well, we will as part of that RFP process. The deadline to give that information to the tax collector for the next fiscal year is between September 15th and January 1st.
And how are we going to get to that number if we don't get the RFP rolling?
Well, that's the next step in the process.
I'm confused. Back up, John. You just said we have between September and January to give them that number, but they need that number before the bills go out.
Yeah, I think it's June, Roxana, isn't it? June.
June 1st. We've always
Yeah.
done it in May,
Yes.
and the deadline was June 1st.
Hold on a
So,
And that's why I asked the question, the prior question, if he had received any, he's given David anything. Because
that's the problem is we don't have the number because we're proposing to go out to RFP.
But Rox makes a good point that the number we have now with this new increase is kind of like the minimum it would be.
Correct.
No lower than that.
and the number gets published with the tax proposal.
Yes,
not-
with the trim notice.
So it gets published early in the summer, not at the end in September.
Well, can you correct me if I'm...
And the problem with it is, I think Commissioner Rox, correct me if I'm wrong, if you say, let's say you give a number, if it's a lot higher because all these companies have increased the rates, you can't then just change that number and increase it, correct?
You can only go down.
You can lower it, but
You can only lower it.
Yeah, you can lower it, you can't go up.
Right.
We don't know what that dollar figure is, and we're just guessing at this point.
I think we better.
We do have the exact number that would correct the gap for this year. It's about $15,000 and cover us for whatever it is. And we can add in a proposed number and lower it at the September 15th cutoff.
I think that's what we better do. Take the number, add on.
That's
this
what I would
increase.
propose for the June meeting would be, and I have that assessment already worked up. We've circulated it. But today I don't know if you can hear me. Today I was going to ask if you wanted to cushion in another 10-15% just to give us that, and then as the negotiations and the process plays out, in September we can drop it.
Well, that makes me a little uncomfortable because when we do that, everybody knows what we have now budgeted, and now it's like, well, they budgeted this much, so I can try to.
There's a downside to that, yes.
Yes, you've exposed your hand there.
And before we actually do set these numbers, I'd like to know from Waste Pro what our tipping has been. Are we on track as we were before with the tonnage, or are we over that? And so do we need to add that to our calculation?
Well, I can tell, I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. I can tell you that the tonnages are above the 2,700 ton. More importantly, there's the issue of the recycling, the processing cost that, through no fault of anybody, it's just the market of the recycling where you're paying $99 a ton just to get rid of it for processing costs, which is much cheaper than solid waste, is another item that's going to be part of your, of the cost. Look, at the end of the day, we can make this all one big happy scenario where it works for the city, it works for Waste Pro. We just got to sit down and figure it out. If that's the will of the city, we can make this work. But we have to have some really honest discussions about how do we make it work. And we've done our commitment. We've done the 5 years, and we've done the 2 extensions with no price increases. And this will be the last one with the $2 increase. But we can make it work. It's up to whether or not the city is willing to sit down, or the village is willing to sit down and make it work. Because honestly speaking, there are competitors out there. There is Waste Management. There's, Waste Connections. And I will tell you, there was a public comment about El Portal. They have Waste Management. They just renewed their contract. South Miami is city provided services. The county, charges $33 a month for half the services that you're getting today. So there's opportunity for us to sit down and negotiate a real viable contract. We just have to have the opportunity to sit down and talk about it. It's a very doable situation. We obviously don't want to lose the business, but like you said, we did the 5 years, we committed the 5 years, we did it. And now it's time to sit down and really put a product together that'll work for everybody.
I think we need to sit down and do that with anybody who wants to bid on our business, quite frankly.
It depends on your RFP, sir. I mean, that's the honest truth.
Okay, I appreciate all of your comments. Ken, thanks for sitting out here with us all this time. I'm sure it was very entertaining. But I have a question of the attorney is, even though this is sort of a pass-through because we charge it and we get the money in from the property owners and we pay Waste Pro with that money, aren't we required to do an RFP process, or can we just negotiate with one company and say we're going to commit with this?
Well, under your code, you have to go through a competitive process. It's potential that possible, and there was the discussion, as I understand it, the previous manager wanted to do was to piggyback on the contract that the city of North Miami has with Waste Pro. And I don't know where those negotiations were. I think. And unfortunately, I can't confirm. Maybe the previous manager was on the impression that he needed to get North Miami's approval to piggyback on their contract. That's my understanding, is he wanted to roll it into one. But if North Miami has already
committed,
entered into an agreement that was competitively bid, then we can piggyback on it.
Yeah, I don't think that North Miami has to be privy to our conversation and our contract. It's once it's established as a rate at one city, someone else can take that on.
Sure, assuming that waste hauler is saying, yeah, we'll agree to the same terms and conditions as the contract we have with North Miami, and that. Going out to RFP or authorizing staff to go out to RFP doesn't preclude us from looking at that as a parallel option.
We need to look at every option available to us right now. We have, in addition, whatever, Ken wants to sit down with us and negotiate a contract, we have really upset residents as well. And we've got to look at every option and be able to look people in the eye and say, we looked at every option and whatever choice we made was the best one for us in terms of money, in terms of service, in terms of accountability, in terms of how they treat our village. It's a lot of things rolled into that package, but we really need to do this, and we need to act on it quickly. But we need to come up with a number as well. So I think we better have Paul come back at the June meeting.
He said he was going to come back
and have a number for us to approve and pass along. But I think we better get an RFP out right quick, guys. It's almost June. And our contract is up the end of September, June, July, August, September, 4 months. And we have a lot of work to do in that period of time. And lots of other stuff going on too.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Kinney. I think we need to have all options on the table. That's why in this item 9A, there's a memo that I had sent to David. I think we need to be looking at everything, get an RFP out, be looking at piggybacking. I think we need to even, because I've had residents ask me about, bringing sanitation back in-house. I think we need to actually have numbers on that so that we can actually have an educated discussion on every option. In-house is now kind of back on the table for discussion because of some of these leasing programs that some of these companies have. But I would like to see us look at every possible option, as we're putting out an RFP.
I would like us to see as many options as possible, but having been part of the process that got us to outsourcing, I don't believe that bringing it in-house is going to be a viable option. And as many of my fellow commissioners often say, We shouldn't overtask the staff with things that are not going to be a possibility. So I would back burner that and maybe take a look at it next year.
Well, you know, and the problem is the commissions have always, when we decided to outsource, the commissions have always historically been of the mindset of, you know, and I've heard, and not just commission, but residents, people in general, hey, this isn't feasible. We just can't do it. I'm of the mindset of, well, tell me why we can't do it. You know, where are we at number wise? Why is it, you know, why is it impossible to do? And I think that's what we kind of owe everybody in this process, because people have not been happy about, you know, what they weren't happy with the outsourcing, and then what they've gotten since we've outsourced, a lot of people aren't happy with it. So I think, you know, we owe it to look at every possibility.
I hear you, and I wish we could have a one-on-one offline conversation about this, but there were some very serious challenges about our trying to manage that service in-house. We didn't have the right people in place. It was a huge liability, a huge risk to our employees, and those are some of the factors that weighed in on doing the outsource.
Well, it is 11:57. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
One more thing, announcements, if I may.
Sure.
There's a Crime Watch meeting scheduled
Oh,
via
right.
Zoom
Thursday.
for Thursday at 3 p.m. The announcement was put out on Nextdoor. I don't know if the village is going to put out an announcement, because there seems to be a ban now on using village resources for these community type services, even though it's never been an issue in the past. But I encourage everybody to join the Chief Cabrera, and Chuck Ross, and whatever other officers are available for a Crime Watch meeting on Zoom Thursday at 3 p.m.
Very good.
Chief,
Thank you very much.
Are you going to be sending an email blast link out? No? So how are people supposed to get onto Zoom?
The commission direct me?
This is not, this, Mayor and Commissioners, this isn't a city-sponsored Zoom meeting.
Who sends out the link for the Zoom?
For the Crime Watch?
Yes.
The Crime Watch organizers.
Oh, okay. That's
right.
One last thing before we adjourn. I know, indulge me, I wanted to make the commission aware that we have received a notice that a individual has filed suit against the village related to a civil rights violation under the previous or past, not previous, past police chief and those illegal actions. It is being covered by the League of Cities. I suspect that the League of Cities will resolve it in the same manner that they've handled and dealt with the previous ones. And I will keep everyone posted on that as there are new developments, but I wanted to take the opportunity before we adjourn to let you know that that has happened. And we were coordinating with the League of Cities law firm to make sure that the interests of the village are properly represented.
John, that's the one, that's the one I forwarded.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is all in favor of the motion to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Night.